right, so let me see. Are we locked in? I thought I should be live. All right, can you hear me? Are we locked in? Let me see. Audio mixer is not showing anything. I know I got that lo-fi going crazy right now. I can't lie to you, G. Can't lie to what the fuck? Why the audio mix? All right. All right. All right. We locked in? Everybody here? Is everybody okay? How y'all doing today? Hey man, I'll be streaming on Twitch, man. All I gotta do is press the button. I'm live. This is a lot more complicated than what I thought. I see why I don't really stream on YouTube, bro. This is a lot more complicated than I thought. Yo, Jay, what's popping? Faceless, what's popping? Gwen, what's popping? How y'all doing today? Y'all good? You hear the lo-fi too? Hey, my man's a man of culture. Hey, man's of culture. So I pretty much finished the script for the extra video for the week. I had a little bit more time. I was gonna start the 148 script, but I don't have a lot to say about that, to be honest with you. So I thought me reading it live would be a lot more fun than me reading it by myself, which is why I pretty much decided to do this live stream. Are you cool? Hey man, you know what I'm saying? As long as you safe, bro. That's all that matters to me, man. As long as everyone's safe in here. As long as you're not doing backflips, bro. Backflips and kicking people, bro. We not doing that, bro. I done seen Turtles do that to Goku, man. We not doing that, bro. But yeah, I thought it'd be more fun to read it live. I kind of got the idea from Jay himself, so you know what I'm saying? Shout out Jay, bro. You know what I'm saying? Steel sharpen steel, man. You know what I'm saying? And there are some other things I kind of want to talk about in regards to last week's episode, or well, this week's episode that I dropped, because personally I don't feel like I did good enough. I feel like I could have done better with this video. There are some gripes I have about the video, and so I could beat myself up as much as I can, but I think it'd be a lot more effective if you guys beat me up. You know what I'm saying? It hit different. You know what I'm saying? When the homies knock you out versus when you beat yourself up mentally. So give me a second here, because we are already here. You feel me? I think I shared the stream link. I could be wrong, but I do be forgetting. I was focused more on getting me something to eat real quick. Can't even go lie. It was like 150 came. I said, hold on, I didn't even eat anything. What can I make that was easy? Like a scrambled eggs. Nigga. I said that's that protein right there, man. Protein for a skinny nigga. That's life right there, man. It hit different, man. So hold on. Let me see. So we gonna get started right now. All right. Now, yo, Sandman, what's poppin', family? How you doing? The first thing I want to know is, what are your criticisms about the scripting, the editing? Not necessarily for just last week's video or this week's video, but all my videos in total. I feel like recently I gotten a lot better in regards to not only editing, but matching my script up with that editing. You feel me? But I can see small improvements, but I would rather hear it from you guys. How do you guys feel about the editing, the quality of the script, the videos in themselves? I'm chilling, Sam, man. I hope you chilling. I hope you chilling. Because I know we all kind of have like, we all have our own criticisms about Ordeal as of that season ending. Granted, I haven't gotten into it yet. Obviously, I may not do a season review. If I do one, it's gonna be with me and the homies, in the live stream format, kind of how I did for season 2 on my other channel, because I feel, again, that I can have my opinions all day, but when you have other people's opinions as well, and you guys come together as a group, I really enjoy that aspect of doing the content creation for Ordeal. The audio levels need to be adjusted. In what aspect are you saying in regards to? Bop. There we go. I turned up the game a little bit. Hopefully, oh boy, that game, the game cooking me. Coach is switching teams apparently. We can't have coach switching teams apparently. I should probably just log into my Apple Music, because that's kind of where I get most of the lo-fi. But hey, man, you know what I'm saying? It be like that sometimes. Y'all gotta get the bodega this time, because you know what I'm saying? This was impromptu. You feel me? He said, man, for the video, hey man, it be like that sometimes, King. If I can improve the audio instantly, I would. But in regards to the video, yeah, I do think the audio needs to be adjusted more. But that's more of me playing with the program itself, to test that audio more. You feel me? I think I could do a lot more. I could do better with the noise elimination, and also, what is it called? Loud normalization as well. I think sometimes there are points in the audio where it peaks, and I don't like that. You feel me personally? But it's just like how Brent said, it's only so much I can do in regards to fixing things in a week. But that doesn't matter here. You feel me? Give me a second. Let me grab my notebook. You feel me? Because we gonna take the niggity notes. You feel me? Just give me a second here. Oh. If only I could get around my chair without making nothing fall. You feel me? Hey, it be like that. The criticism hit different. If you could have the audio sound like this in the videos, then you'll be solid. Bro, be recorded when everybody sleep. Oh yeah, for sure. I definitely be recording when everybody sleep, which means I don't really get to record. It's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and so maybe that's I should probably start going to sleep. Treat the recording process how I do the editing process. Hold on, I'm for me personally, for me to memorize everything, so that way I don't have to look at it, I don't have to reference it, I have to write it down once. So, audio levels. Improve. deferring heights of audio. The bullet stabilize. All right. All right. There's some copyright free lo-fi Discord. It's crazy because I've actually used this this lo-fi before and I've never been copyrighted for it. But hey man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out the gods here, man. Man said, hey, I've already been prepped, man. I've already been prepped, man. 12-hour copyright. Hey man, this nigga's goated. He's goated, bro. Shout out the gods here, bro. Without the gods here, bro. God tier or no tier, bro. It be like that, bro. I'm pulling up the lo-fi right now, Jay. Well, I feel like one of my nieces is at the door right now. It seems like right now, personally, I might be getting cooked. You know what I'm saying? Might be getting cooked right now. Close that out. Close that out. Close that out. Open that up. Competent God tier. Hey, man. If you like that, man. Low-key, you could just turn up the lo-fi audio. The lo-fi. Why is Google Chrome open? Oh yeah, gang. We don't. Nah, that's why I'm getting cooked right now. That's why I'm getting cooked right now. Nigga, Google Chrome is open. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? I can't stream with Google Chrome, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to stream with it. You know what I'm saying? That Microsoft Edgeer. It hit different when it's Microsoft Edgeer. But when it's Google Chromer, I get cooked. I get cooked real bad, especially if Edge and Discord and blah 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 is open. For sure, definitely getting cooked instantly. Yo, we got 10 people in here. How you guys doing? Low-key, turn up the lo-fi. Say less, family. Give me a second here. But whenever my computer decides not to cook me, gang, I'm just saying we got unstable levels of technology here, man. I'm feeling like Kevin right now, bro. I pulled up, you know what I'm saying, with one of the great 4 talents. And then my body getting ripped apart right now. It hit different, bro. Niggas gonna have to put me on the moon right at the K.O.D.E. I guess K.O.D.E base is kind of need a little bit more protection than what it had before, but you know what I'm saying? Hey, might have not happened if Kevin was up there doing his job and not being a drunk. But you know what I'm saying? People like that man too. Just he ain't my goat. He ain't my hero. See? We enter credentials, blah blah. And technically was that like around 11 because she introduced the Leo's flashback. You know what I'm saying? I've been in love, man. When I still pulled up with the wired headphones, I said, oh yeah, baby. It's only me and you against the world right now. And then Brent been treating Andrea how he's been treating Andrea. And hey man, it be like that. I know you can't hear me. Just give me a second. It's really because technology is cooking me right now. Can y'all hear me? I'll be back. It may not have no lo-fi. But you know what I'm saying? We back? Question mark? Oh yeah, my computer's getting fried so bad right now. And in the cut, yeah, it's my computer getting cooked. Can't even cap. It's probably because I had all my research materials open and shit. Probably should close my research materials out because I really don't need any of that stuff anymore. I probably only need like one. Bro, need a Titan Tech upgrade. Crazy. That's crazy. Titan Tech upgrade, my nigga. I need Dr. Hanzo. I'm gonna need a little bit more than an upgrade. I need the whole doctor. I need to pull up to Thanatos and Val's highlight. What up, Doc? I need the whole doctor game. Because the crazy part is, if the lo-fi is playing right now, it shouldn't be, because in the Explorer is no Microsoft Edge is the open. You wonder what NASA's like an ordeal? NASA probably has a lot of funding in the ordeal. Because if we're able to actually create whole bases on the moon, inside the moon itself, that would mean that they have more advanced technology in a general sense than we do in our world. Because we don't have a whole ass moon base chilling. Hold on. Oh, so that was coming from Discord. That's why. I'm just doing some tech things real quick, making sure everything is operating. All right, cool. Bop, boop, bop. Maybe wonder. Okay, Alien Chemio. They probably on Pandora. Obviously we gonna get Ordeal Modulo Ordeal Z. We be like, oh yeah, bro, Chemio's in space too. Yeah, we got intergalactic Chemios. That's what we going. Well, technically they be doing stuff like that in Kubera, where they kind of like travel between planets and stuff like that. But it's more than just like we're going on a rocket ship and we're leaving. It's more we go into this specific canal system, and these canal systems, depending on how deep you go or whatever number you go to in that canal system, bend space and time. And when you exit the canal, you're on that planet. Amen. Amen. Not. Oh no, bro. Nah, I know what you meant by Pandora, man. You talking about them tall blue people? I've never seen none of those movies. I'm a fraud. I've never seen any of those Avatar movies. When I was a kid, the title itself rubbed me the wrong way. I pulled up, oh yeah, bro. Woot de woot. Oh, I ain't getting the movie. Super happy. Looked at it, almost cried. I said, bro, who is these people? Why are they blue? They're 6'10". 6'10". And they're giant. I'm good. I don't want any no, is they 6'10"? No, I think they're like 9 feet tall. I know they're like damn near double human height. Still haven't seen any of those movies. Oh yeah, see, it's about to be me giving up, because apparently it doesn't want to open it right now. So this may be just me having to restart the stream to have everything. That's why it's right here. Task manager. Gotta love the task manager. It definitely shows. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. We might be locked in now. It's crazy because the program I use for this, for streaming and things like that, is not the same program I use uh here when I do the recording for the videos, and that's probably why the quality for the stream itself and the quality for the video audio is deferring that bad. Huh. I should probably click the right thing. That'll probably help. Gotta have the music. Man said I need a Titan Tech upgrade. That is hilarious. Okay, bye, 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 bye. Oh, I don't know why Task Manager takes so much power to even pull up. It makes no sense if it's supposed to help you. All right, so far I have the audio. Is there anything else that I could do better? You know what I'm saying? We broken on that consistency. You feel me? That's that's my own personal gripe that I have is that I need to be a lot more consistent than what I have been. So I've already got that written down though, and been kind of trying to execute it with it. So let me see. Another gripe I have is that it's easily fixed. I need to go over my video at least 2 more times because I listened to it in its totality when it comes to the audio by itself, and then I listen to its totality in regards to when I'm doing the music as well, so I can make sure everything fits up. And I've been doing that recently, and I feel like that's kind of been helping with the ambiance or the mood or the tone of the video itself or the subject matter of the video when I have it changed that way. So I've been kind of doing it that way as well. But I'm trying to pull up Discord so I can get a J joint. At that point, I'm just copy and paste it over. But to be getting cooked by tech like this is crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna have to restart this stream, it looks like. Because my patience is wearing thin. Let me see. But I don't really like to have people waiting because I don't like to wait. But when it's something like this, it kind of beyond my hands right there when it's something like this though. What's popping now? What's popping though, Joe? I may have to restart the stream because tech's cooking me right now. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? I'm chilling, family. How you doing? You good? Do you have any thoughts, criticisms that you would like to let me know about in regards to the content of the channel? It's crazy that OBS is taking more power to do than regular than Streamlabs. Usually is that OBS don't take that much and Streamlabs takes a ton. Oh, can you hear me? This is weird. I can't actually I don't hear nothing. Not yeah. We gonna have to restart this. Tech is getting cooked too bad. Tech is definitely getting cooked. Let me see. Okay, you can hear me? All right. Now, one of the things I kind of I know Jay, he talks a lot about Ordeal in regards to a lot about the story and story elements, while I'll focus more on characters and character decisions. And you know what I'm saying? Science, not gonna sneak it up in there. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? I don't care what chapter. If I see anything sciencey that catch my attention, be in there like swimwear. But I tried to, when I wrote this script specifically for 147, Brent, I kept in mind what Brent post around that time was, which was, could he make you feel bad for Val? And personally, I don't think it's going to be anything that Brent could do to make the community feel bad about Val and his circumstances. And it would be it's kind of hard to empathize with Val and what his upbringing was when we seen people like Leo, for example, as a young child being in a state of war, just like how Val found a state of peace during a period of war. And we see Leo overcome those hurdles. We also have someone like Ilios as well, who overcome similar hurdles with each of his iterations, or each of his vessels, I should say, because each of his vessels have their own personality, but their moral compass is somewhat righteous. We then have the aspect of Ilios keeping the Great Four, the other two brothers, Okinos and Kade, humble in regards to their placement of the world as well. So there have been people who had similar trials but was able to overcome them. So I kind of don't feel bad for Val. But in regards to this episode, well, at least 147, it did allow me to empathize and see things from Val's viewpoint. But I do think that the episode is kind of weird because it's supposed to be based on Brother Vajrazata and what he means to Val title wise, but the events match up with Val's perspective of the situation. And if it was going to be Brother Vajrazata, I think the chapter would have been a little bit more impactful, at least for Brother Vajrazata's character, if we were to see when the Titans of Vanderdoor first pulled up, for lack of a better term for their ranks. I think that would have made it a little bit more impactful in regards to him as a character. And I do enjoy that we was able to get the prayer situation and kind of having that tie into it. I think I did pretty well in that aspect. But I don't think I'll be able to make anybody feel bad for Val in a case like this, especially with all the atrocities that he's committed. And then when you kind of take into account the same horrors that he's experienced. Hold on. Tech is cooking me right now. I can't lie to you. Tech cooking me so bad I can't even skip the ad right now. It hit different when you can't skip the ad, because YouTube Red, your boy don't pay for that. It hit different when you don't pay for YouTube Red. You skipping that. Now, another thing is, it's two more points I want to bring up. Another thing about it is Val is causing the same pain that he felt 1,000 years ago to be relived through the same race that he believes should inherit the earth over the course of 1,000 years. Meaning that every Kimio that opposes him in Thanatos' ideals, or the Thanatos vessel's ideals of that time, he killed their families. We see during the Lewis fight that he makes a remark of killing the Hemlock clan. He also says the same thing about Sabido as well, just to make sure the Hasame talent wasn't able to be born back into the clan or get transferred to a new user of that clan. And so he's basically doing the exact same thing that's been done to him And that trauma of anyone who survives, if they survive, is literally affecting generations of Kimio. And if we take into account the ridicule of Kimio's, and also the way the Ishiti family works as well in the Ordeal verse. I know I'm trying to focus mostly on 147, but I do have to kind of like bring up the other chapters as well, because I don't really do that in my reviews, because I kind of want to focus it on everything up until that point to make it as not spoilerly as possible, for lack of a better term. And so if we take a look into how the Ishiti family is, and how they document each generation of Kimio, that would mean they would document also the events of different Kimio families being erased through time. So Val's actions have been documented somewhere, whether it's him being explained for, or them just saying this family is now eliminated, blah 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 blah. Play devil advocate. Val had the potential to be a good man, but after 1,000 years with someone like Thanatos, someone he saw as a father figure, what more would you really expect from him? See, in that regard, I would expect him to follow more of the teachings of Brother Vajrazata rather than the teachings of Verdant Duel. I believe, just based off the character design, the time period, that Verdant Duel was, would be considered a quote unquote wizard in regards to his aesthetic. And so the quest for knowledge and power is what aligned Bayal to Verdant Duel, because he already had the thirst for conquest in him, with him saying the lines of, we can take whatever the humans have if we really wanted to. However, he also included, like I said in the review, he included other people, going to show how much Brother Vajrazata is embedded in him. Even in that time, if he were to, let's say, he didn't really have a choice in regards to joining Verdant Duel or not, but he did have a choice in regards to continuing to follow the doctrine of Thanatos after the death of Verdant Duel. And so if he was saying that he was been looking for Cain for a long time, and Cain was the last iteration of Thanatos on the mortal plane before Abel, and I said that in my review as well, that even Mahazar should be in between Verdant Duel and Cain in regards to vessels for Thanatos, to allow the timeline to fit well, but that also gives Val the time to reflect on everything that he learned. And with between what Father Vajrazata showed him, which was to pretty much conceal himself, to reject himself in order to live in peace, he chose the latter, which is understandable. But in 1,000 years, you never chose to reflect on your actions, which is why the last two panels of that episode is really important, with him sitting there reflecting on his past. Because when we take a look at how Thanatos came back to the mortal plane, Soul had to basically hate Hemios as much for Thanatos to attach to him, and then converted to the opposite, that hate for humans, that hate for Chemios to be converted to the hate for humans. So it seems that based on how Baal reacts to, or how Thanatos reacts to Baal's failure, and Baal seeing Thanatos while getting checked out by Dr. Hanzo, he didn't expect for Thanatos to be that aggressive, kind of going to show that the soul and the talent is more interwoven together, causing a different change in Thanatos' personality in regards to the way he takes Baal's minor failures. But in this case, major failure, because he technically did that. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Now we're kind of right, since Brother Vajrazatha says Val needed to see the pure-hearted humans can have. So it would make sense for Val to initially be more open-minded to humans when he's taken by Verdant Duke. Exactly. He should have been more open-minded, and that's also where the symbology of the white streak in his hair comes from. Because now his hair is completely white, going to kind of show that the white streak doesn't have the same symbology when his hair is completely white. Because yes, he's a lot weaker now, of course, but even after regaining some of his strength, the pigmentation of his hair didn't come back. And so the white hair in this case for Baal in his older state represents complete, either A, complete regret, B, I'm a big kid now, or C, that he's too far gone on the road, so he had nothing left but to continue to go towards the world of Kimio. Val is one of the few characters that's at a point of being irredeemable. Now, Kagaya, I don't want Kagaya to be one of those people, because he did cause the eradication of his clan, but so did Itachi. So technically, if written correctly, he could be one of those redeemable characters, which I just wouldn't want. But after seeing what humans constantly do to Kimio, it makes sense he would lean to Thanatos with. Facts. Because just keep in mind, I'm a big kid now. It's crazy. Hey man, that's what the ad said, man. Big kid now. Pull ups. It hit different. So that'll make a lot more sense why he continues to follow that, because he's seen what following humans done, and we even know with Ross, with him saying that the humans are living on a fragile peace with Kimio, we see with every single Kimio event. And I think I don't know what you guys think. Should I make a video on the politics of Ordeal, where we cover like the different news and articles and things like that in Ordeal, to show how the world is being built and how Kimios are being affected? Because when the Tides came, when Rokash killed Leo, the basic foundation and biggest pillar in the Kimio community for the past, let's say, 60 years, then that caused them to have the Kimio ban, which would then force Shay, Tevin, Azam, Anton to all hide at Uncle Hemlock, Uncle Elon house. And then we have the Titan invasions going to show that yes, the Kimios are being restricted from being themselves, but also just like with Jack the Ripper in previous time frame, where he was being ridiculed for being a Kimio, but he was also used as a soldier, they was able to utilize Tevin, Andrea, Anton, Azam, and Lewis as soldiers to confront Rokash. And also, which was the most important fact, because the Rokash stuff was their own personal agenda. They was mostly there to actually help with the Titan invasion conflict, because they had so many Titans coming into Trinidad at that time. Going to show that even with them being restricted from using their powers and being ridiculed for another Kimio's actions, they were still being used to garner peace through their own loss, which is something that was basically shown throughout the history of Ordeal so far. My bad, stumble and jumble around my words, but hopefully I was able to kind of like get that point out. If we had more political stuff shown, I'll say yes, but a simple discussion video wouldn't be bad. I'll talk about the lack of political presence in my review. Oh yeah, I plan on talking about that as well in that video, because I do believe that Brent using politics the way he does is how we're getting the generalized world building. But generalized world building was cool for season 2, I think from season 4 on, we need specifics. We can't keep getting generalized information. Big Kleps, Big Kleps, how you doing, family? You arrived? Hey man, you know what I'm saying? You missed it, man. I'm a big kid now. You missed it. It hit different when Nara a big kid now. But I think it's a lot of political stuff that happened in Ordeal that affects things, even though we don't know about it. So, like for example, hold on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up the map from the Trinidad invasion. My bad, from the global invasion, post Leo's death. I should have it somewhere. All right. All right. Because I seen something on TikTok that was like, why is Trinidad so important in Ordeal? They made it seem like Trinidad is a superpower. Why not just base it out as something like, you know, the US, Germany, Russia, Japan? It's just like, we don't say anything when it comes to anime always taking place, but 90% of the time taking place in Japan, because that is where the creators from. That's where their foundation is. And so I think that this is literally a different point, but nonetheless, I think that Ordeal and most of the events being in Trinidad versus the rest of the world is actually perfect, because if we take a look at the map, each god tier is positioned somewhere, whether it's Zuri covering the entirety of Africa, or we have um Abijah. Where is Abijah station? Is he in Israel? And then Brianna's in Afghanistan. Urine has the most activity up here, and we know he had the most activity because of the mole, which was said to be Hanjiro, told him of the location of the box of death, which was in Urine's territory. You thought there was more red dots than that? But these only count for the major Kimio conflict. Hold on, why they turn me up for? Hold on. Now, I know this copyrighted, but she did just turn me up. I'm not gonna lie to you, she did just turn me up. Hey man, it be like that. I'm not gonna lie, she did turn me up. But I said, hold on, why the lo-fi? The lo-fi is hitting right now. When the lo-fi get some soul like this? When the lo-fi get the soul? I think. Hold on. Let me go ahead. Go back. Exhausted. Been busy moving furniture and building furniture all day. Hey man, know what I'm saying? You better put your hands than I am. And my phone just died. It be like that, man. You better put your hands than I am, King. Hold on. I should be able to. Huh? Hold on. I gotta do the thingy real quick. At least until my phone come back on. I'm trying to pull up the stream chat so that way I can see what's going on. If I, you know, I gotta be nosy, man. I can't be nosy. Y'all can be nosy, but I can't be nosy. I ate eggs today. See, y'all nosy. Y'all nosy. I can't be nosy. Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure everything's fair here. I'm just making sure everything's fair here. So let me see, because it's crazy because where is it at? In between Europe and Asia has literally the second biggest circle, but we don't know anything that takes place right there. We know we have recovering Japan, which is probably what, this small island territory, so probably around here. Hey man, my geography is terrible. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never really had dreams of traveling, so I never cared about geography. But nonetheless, so it's a lot of things politically that's going on, a lot of attacks that's going on, and even if we take into account that Trinidad is where we see our personalized conflict, it pales in comparison to what Yorn has to deal with, what Reed and whoever is stationed in Europe has to deal with, what Zuri has to cover. Because apparently Zuri circles are pretty much two different ends. I mean, she has to be able to cover both ends in regards to the consistent Titan attacks, because these are based on the Titan activity since the death of Rokash, going to show the increased activity worldwide. So Trinidad was more of a testing ground because they didn't have a quick response. K.O.D.E is stationed out there in Japan. They're not stationed in Trinidad. And so with Leo, they're a retired god tier, but a god tier nonetheless. Being gone, it left them the perfect testing grounds to see how far the Titans are, because Bayal's whole reason for even getting the Titans was because Sabito took out Val's army that he cultivated since the death of Cain, and probably some of the soldiers before the death of Cain was there, because we know in 145 that it said that Thanatos had millions of people following him. So it'll make sense that he has a political portion of people following him, a portion meant for only combat following him, and then those who just truly believe in his ideals wholeheartedly, versus those who gain from it, which is kind of two different things. Now, let's say if we were to say that Baal were to put the Titan test, because we gotta keep in mind it was a test, and then we have the real trial, which was the Greenland War, which is why all the activity is, what majority of the activity is stationed there. But he also made sure to station constant Titan activity across the globe to keep K.O.D.E spread thin, to allow them not to catch on to what Val and Thanatos plan, well, Baal at this time plan is, and also allow him to scout properly and gain the appropriate information while Hanjiro and the different heads are dealing with the different conflict around the world. So it's a ton of different politics and strategy that goes into place in Ordeal in regards to Val, and that's what makes him a wonderful character, is that strategic prowess, and the fact that he's doing all of this intentional is why I can't feel bad for him. Now let me see. Now I'm about to go back and read chat because I just been yapping. Okay, before my phone died, last thing I heard was Kleps was Superman out here moving furniture, putting fridges on his back, chairs on his kneecaps, and beds on his calf muscles. Hey man, he be like that, man. And then he digivolves from that to become a handy manny. Love to see it, King. Keep up the hard work, man. You know what I'm saying? If they don't appreciate your work, I do, man. Keep doing your thing, bro. Get your money on. Not gonna lie, I thought there was more red dots than that. Oh yeah, I look at this picture a lot. I look at this picture a lot. I'll be kind of needing it as a reference point for things. But yeah, I definitely thought when I first seen it, I thought it was more than that. I thought it was a lot more activity than that, but it kind of makes more sense that it's this amount given the amount of soldiers that he had. Someone that doesn't care about him. That's crazy. I did too, Jay. Barren as hell considering the situation. This shit barren as hell considering the situation is crazy. Oh God, I wish Brent gave us more clues on one eye being the mole. I wish. I don't mind not having clues on it, but if I do have any gripe about the Hanjiro reveal is Hanjiro's epithet of being the two-faced snake or two twin snakes, and he's the mole. I kind of didn't like that too much, to be honest with you, because I felt like it was like at that point you would have to ask yourself, is Ross a moron for him even letting the mole get this far with a title or a nickname like that? Like, oh yeah, bro, hey, I'm your new friend. My title is the Twin Snake. You can find your favorite person a gift as special as, and you expect someone with the title of being Twin Snakes to be loyal. To celebrate your photography obsessed friend, shop Etsy for special birthday gifts that say photography obsessed friend. Yeah, bro, I'm not really photogenic. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not one of them photogenic people. Granted, I don't know why I'm responding to an ad, but hey, man, you know what I'm saying? She want to turn off my music for an ad. Hey, she gonna get responded to too. It hit different. Hold on. Reed and Minamoto in Japan too. So you telling me that I may have to push my urine agenda at that point? You telling me that they're both basically covering Japan? Let's say Asia. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, because I know Reed is in what, Akatio, Japan. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say they're both in Japan, but Minamoto, because of the way his talent works and how versatile it is, he's stationed to cover the generalized where we see Asia. He's stationed to cover that portion where we see Asia at. So he's mostly not in Japan, but he's in Japan. He's stationed in Japan, but he's there to cover Asia. That way we have our Asiatic representation to be able to stop those conflicts. I refuse to believe, based on what we see with Reed, that he's covering these conflicts going around Asia by himself, or a majority of it by himself. You feel me? Let me see. Major Titan conflict is a fair point. More story and definitely need to span on overall conflict and issues, even when unrelated to Titans. Yeah, because I feel that. Let me stop saying that, because I hate saying redundant statements. It'll make more sense if minor conflicts from civilians who support the ideals of Thanatos breeds the loopholes that Baal uses to allow the Titans to invade. Because yes, he uses Kaguya to transport them. However, he needs to have the layout of the land. He needs to have a goal to accomplish when invading. Just like the first invasion was to see how they stack up to S ranks, which is the lower, well, which is the top 150 in general, but they seem to aim towards the lower end of the top 150 rather than the upper echelon. We then see him stationed with a stronger set of Titans, with the Magna Guy, the Harpy, and I think it was one more person, and the Cyborg who blew himself up to fight Rokash, who was towards the mid tier of that top 150 listing. And he see how weak they were compared to Rokash, which is why during the actual invasion, which was the main conflict in season 1, we got that whole Titan conflict, which wasn't even a fraction of the Titans that he had at his disposal. And so that kind of, and when you think about it like this, if we take this entire map, because I know this is off topic as well, but hey man, you know I don't know when, based on the rate of these reviews, you know what I'm saying? Who knows when I'm gonna be finished with them? So until then, this is what I kind of got to say a little bit about the Kofi versus the Sabito thing. People say that Sabito lost to an army of nobodies. Essentially, we know Val was able to rebuild his army back to what they were after he freed everyone from Patmos. So essentially, Sabito handled the army that covers the entirety of this map in one location, concentrated in one location, which is somewhere in Japan or near Asia, somewhere in Japan or in Asia in general. You feel me? Near that location, focused on them, and he was able to deal with everybody. Yorn, who has the biggest circle, didn't have the time, and also couldn't leave his area to protect the prime minister who held the secrets of the box of life and death, because he was so busy with not only the Titans but also tracking Goro, who was sent a month prior. So Yorn doesn't even take a fraction of the army. And even we see how he fares against the army when he drops in from above using the Bifrost. Yorn didn't take down a fraction of the army there, because even when Shay goes back, we still see a field full of people. And when we look at the overview of the battlefield, the K.O.D.E side had significantly less soldiers than Vael's in Thanatos' army. I want to say Vael's in this case because Thanatos wasn't there, so we're going to say Vael's army in this case, just to be correct a little bit more, just to be a little bit more accurate, I should say. Now, Jordan really didn't do too much in that case. Granted, he didn't expel a lot of chi. He wasn't really trying to the same extent that he was trying when he fought Val, because obviously the tier of opponents. But he made sure to go to Shay and switch positions, so that way he's not wasting his energy fighting fodder when he would be better suited fighting Val. And one thing about the Gremlin War that we don't really talk about a lot in the community that I really enjoy is the fact that Val used Goro, which, you know what I'm saying, hey Jay, I know you don't like Goro, you feel me, but Val used Goro to basically be a hard counter to Yorn. So if Cole were to position a god tier to cut off the escape of Val's and his army, once they got the boxes, Goro would have been able to stalemate Yorn, if not outright beat him. But I don't lean, the reason I don't lean, at first I lean toward Goro beating Yorn out of the immortality hacks, and also the weight hacks, meaning Venture would really be able to be used by Yorn for very long in that fight. But now, after we see Kronos, because yeah, Kofi was wrong in his deductive capabilities in regards to him saying that Kronos is able to regenerate as long as he has chi. That seems to be the case with Sentinel class talent. So it seemed that Kofi thought, due to that regeneration, that Kronos was a Sentinel class talent, or a Sentinel class talent holder, or Kimio. And so, although we can't apply that logic to that Gaki, we can apply that logic to Lewis and Goro, who are both Sentinel class talents, and we see Lewis' vulnerability, or in this case, let's just say immortality, to just keep up with the thing, it will go only as long as his chi allows him to do so. It kind of matches up that same thing with Goro as well, where Goro was never really pushed to the point because of the utility of his talent, where most weapons, it's basically useless to him after a certain point in time due to him making them too heavy for them to be able to wield them against them. So his utility allowed him to be up to that realm, not necessarily his talent itself. It's just him having a huge chi limit and his talent overcoming his biological features to allow him to have that immortality, but that would still be based off his chi. Since Andrea, technically, when Goro was healing, was stated to feel Leo's chi emanating from Goro, meaning he was using chi itself to heal, just in general. Not necessarily the Leo thing is important, but him healing emanates chi is the most important factor. So when we see Blood Moon being used for Val, when he used mixed don't let, oh my goodness, I'm about to get folded. Mishgar.
All roads lead to families providing for their loved ones. And their
When he uses God's hammer, we know amen, amen, say man. When he uses God's hammer, he was said to basically not only stop, but outweigh Baal's healing factor naturally with the damage that he used, but also outweigh the amount of blood that Baal's cultivated over the centuries. Michel Gar. Hey, man, you know what's a shot? Hey man. Now you know I'm not the name guy. And if y'all see my reaction on the Wolf Nara channel, y'all know them angel names, them holy names, they be cooking me, gang. I be getting cooked, man. Straight Shoryuken to the chin. The moment I gotta really, don't work that way. Tongue tied. It hit different. Mitska, Mickey, Muska. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right. I'm getting my mouse tool. I'm not. But anyway, nonetheless, Yorn's hammer was able to pretty much bypass that with its attack potency, meaning it doesn't matter how much he could heal, naturally he would have died. And then all the blood he collected over the centuries, or at least we can say few hundred years. Because I think that he did, for K.O.D.E to know about Blood Moon, that means that Blood Moon would have had to been used in the presence of K.O.D.E before. So that means he'd used Blood Moon within those 1,000 years. He fought Sabito as well. And it'll make sense that Sabito would force him to use Blood Moon if he's the highest tier, God tier, since its creation. That's outside the Great Four. Because I'm trying to go through the information. So apparently I had the video paused. Okay. So we could say, let's say, for Lord's sake, Baal used. Hold on, we got straight. We got a vice commander here. Big body, yeah. What's poppin', vice commander? We could say that Val used Blood Moon bare minimum 2 times since he was found 1,000 years ago. Once when he fought K.O.D.E for them to gather the information so they can know about the technique, and maybe another time with Sabito, which is speculation, but we know for sure the second time is with Bjorn for sure. So let's say, to make it easier, 500 years of blood, just to make it easier. 800, well, that's 800. 3 to 500 years of blood, just to make it easier. That Val uses for his healing factor, in order to not be affected, gets drained completely by one swing of that hammer, which Jordan would have survived if he would have kept the glove on. Meaning the chi limit that Val has is reflective of his healing factor. And I don't think that Goro has a chi limit that is as big as Val's. So eventually, if Bjorn would have had to use the hammer, that would have been a thing that stopped Goro, because he wouldn't have had any chi to be able to heal from. Okay, Val likely used Blood Moon when he fighting OG Kode, but definitely used Blood Sacrifice. Okay, so Blood Moon is the technique he used to call the spikes down, and Blood Sacrifice is the technique he used to bring himself back to life. I had the techniques confused. Good looking, family. Shout out to Mouse Couture. So let me go back to where I was in the chat before I kind of went on my tangent again, because you know what I'm saying? It be like that for me, bro. Let me see. Minamoto in Japan. I wonder how much this map has changed since the time skip. What I need Brent to do, if the main conflict is going to be in Africa, I need some of the surrounding areas. Like, what is this right here? That's above Africa right here. This little space right here with this little dot diagonal from Africa. I need that entire thing to be a wasteland. I need part of North America, which is probably like a little small dot of the US, where Kofi was. I need that to be decimated. I need South America decimated. People still live there, but it's not ideal. And we see the results of Thanatos, but we also see the results of Shay. And that'll make a lot. I want, instead of Shay being what we see majority of in season 4, I would like for it to be focused on the Cubs, and Shay be used as a political figure in regards to him not caring how politics go, and him choosing to reshape the world in different battles, and how that shapes politics through Shay's decision making. Okay, maybe a spin-off or a retelling. A spin-off is crazy. A spin-off is crazy. Sandman. Ordeal got back. Is that what you're telling me? Hey, man. So perhaps a spin-off or a retelling of the Ordeal from different perspectives, mainly Thanatos forces. So do y'all really feel that we need a retelling of Ordeal from Thanatos forces? Because I wouldn't want a story where I sympathize with the entirety of the villain cast. Like, when it's one-off people who are these massive villains, it's understandable to why they came to the point that they did, because of lack of proper guidance. Understandable. But we kind of get that same thing with all the Titan generals already, when it comes to them all stating how they're all outcasts. It's kind of going to show that, just like with Patmos inmates, if someone is deemed too dangerous because of their talent, which is something they can't control, they're going to become outcasts, which is similar to how everything was ran in the ancient times in the lore. Hey, man, we potty trained now. We potty training pros. Big kid now. It hit different. It hit different when you potty training pros. Earlier in the stream, we was big kids now. Now we potty training pros. We beyond big kids. We might start paying bills when it hit it. Let me see. Even if Hanjiro got more hints via flashback now, Brent, don't do this, please. It would be as impactful as it could be, since there was no breadcrumbs here and throughout the series. we need to have a reason, because honestly, for how much we've seen Hanjiro, money is like a cop out excuse, especially when we have characters who has a lot less importance, like Sota and Leith and Jose, having more understandable reasons for wanting to follow Thanatos' doctrine versus Hanjiro just being like, it's for money. You know, when Thanatos ushers in the new world, that the monetary system that you use to betray your friends won't exist anymore, right? It's those type of things that's going to occur, because Thanatos destroyed the U.S., no more U.S. dollar. Thanatos destroyed this place, no more of that currency. That's kind of how that's going to work. No government, no currency. No one to control the currency or the creation of the currency. There's no more new currency. And it'll make more sense if Thanatos is basically taking over the world, and now he's basically bringing in his own monetary system. Whether it's barter or gold and silver, it shouldn't be the same monetary system. So it just doesn't make sense that this nigga Hanjiro betrayed everybody for gold. So if I do get something like that, if we do get something like that, it would have to reflect the inadequacies that Hanjiro feel in regards to the change that he's able to make, even at the higher position of Kimio society. So much so to the point that he's willing to throw everything away in order to break down the foundation of the world and help rebuild it anew. And that's what leads him to betray the friends that he's grown close enough with, that ordained judgment works. That would have been better, at least from my aspect. Agreed. Great minds think alike, Clips. Tackling who snitched is crazy. Just looked at where the God tiers are stationed. There is none. Wow. Just looked at where the God tiers are stationed. There is none, or probably no one, in the greater land mass of Asia. So Jay, if that's the case, would you agree that if we have two God tiers stationed in Japan, that because Minamoto's ability is more akin to a one-man army, that he'd be more likely to be the one to take care of the conflict on the main land of Asia, or the majority of the conflict in Asia? Because let me see. Hey, yo. Okay, yeah, on God. Technically, no God tier in South America either. Damn. Yeah, South America is getting cooked. We need to have a major Thanatos outpost in South America. If we're not going to have every place where we don't have a God tier, we need to have some sort of an outpost there, because we know in season 1 with Leo confronting Kane, that they was at one of Kane's outposts where they were said to keep hostages, that they didn't know that Kane would be there at that time, which made Leo and Jaime go all out and risk their lives to stop Kane, because they didn't know where he was gonna hide or come up again. Because at this time, Kane, if we look at his design, doesn't have the Merlin Stone. And if we take into account what Ebuto said, that it revealed himself to him after a long time, which meant that it didn't reveal itself to the Kane iteration. So he had to travel everywhere manually, like we see Adolf getting the plane ready for Kane when he was damaged, right before when he was dying, when the souls was escaping his body. So we need to see more of the different Baal or Thanatos outposts, like we see with K.O.D.E. And I think one thing that make it better for the outposts themselves, rather than just saying random outpost number 37, we kind of get the generalized area where they are, so we kind of fill in the map of Ordeal that way as well. So just like we have the outpost where Yukiko Lewis is stationed in the beginning of the season, we get something akin to that everywhere, because they were like, yeah, it's the outpost. I think it's like 118, for example, or 137, for example, something like that. Japan. That way we know somewhere in Japan, this is an outpost. Somewhere here, this is an outpost. And if we don't have any cold God tier station in South America, it'll make sense for Thanatos to have some type of outpost in South America. And it makes more sense that K.O.D.E outposts are stationed near God tier or around the areas of God tier's location. So let me see. Nara making 8,000 sounds. Even hold on, wait. I'm past that. Before that. Let me see. Blah blah blah. Hey yo, oh my God, taking no God to South Asia. Shit sent me that ad. Hey man, it be like that. Hey guys, my name is Hondro. Don't ask what that translation means. Don't ask what that translation means. Exactly, man. Hondro, man, I was hurt. Yeah, Reed and Akatil, Mina in Tokyo. Reed dot. And Reed needs to take care of his son. Not gonna lie, what he just read was supposed to say my story. Oops. It be like that, man. No worries, King. I'm gonna take the L on that. Don't worry. You don't gotta take the L on that. I'm gonna take the L on that. Now I agree. Goro being there was smart. Yeah, for sure. Hold up. What god tier do you have messed up with the Gaki theme wise? Based level knowledge anyway. What god tier? Let me see if I can pull it up without my computer getting cooked. If my computer get cooked, you know what I'm saying? It be like that. What chapter is the god tiers introduced? I think it's like 48. Like 40. Yeah, I think it's about 48. So what is that like page 12? We gonna bring that up real quick. You see, I mean, hold on. I want to say it's like page 12. But I keep reading chat till I'm able to bring it up. Let me see. So we got Yoran Goro, obviously. We got Kofi with Konos, which is really, it's the closest thing that they're gonna go and get for Konos for a matchup, I guess. But Konos can really fight anybody. I have Bree, the blonde haired woman stationed in Afghanistan. I have her against the puppet Gaki, or let me reiterate, the mask Gaki. Berto. Reed, obviously, because they had their interaction during the chapter. Oduzo. I like him and Minamoto's dialogue with each other. So I say that beats Gaki versus Minamoto. Abijah, I would love for Abijah to fight not the kid Gaki. I don't want him to fight who we all speculate him to be Sabito and May's son. I don't want him to fight that person. If you don't know about the theory, feel free to look it up on my channel. But I don't think Abijah will be a good matchup for him, given what we see with his personality. When we first see the interaction, it shows someone who's controlled representing Abijah, and someone who is ruled by their emotions representing Kirito. But I would think that the Sangaki, whoever that would be a perfect fight for Abijah. And the reason I say that is because Abijah has the power to bypass infinity. And when I think of Sand, I kind of think of Prince of Persia or Gara of the Desert. And it'll be pretty fire if we get a environmental fight with Sand, kind of reminiscent of Gara against Abijah. But I wouldn't see that bypassing the properties of infinity. And so that leads me to thinking the Sangaku, it'll be fire if he has like some sort of time manipulation power. At least that way, even if Abijah is able to, whether it's his attack potency or his speed, bypass infinity, he would still be within the concept or the confines of time to some degree. Because even if he turns himself into tachyons, which is basically free moving energy, whether it's in the past or in the present, to allow him to bypass that impossible measure of speed, he would still be within the confines of time and still be able to be beat by the Gaku. But given the application that he's able to apply infinity to his haste talent, supposed haste / element talent, and we have Levi using the properties of infinite space, then that'll give him the ability to kind of warp space and time. And you know, when space and time is warped, the only thing that really warps it is a wormhole, which I doubt Brent's gonna make their team attack a wormhole, but more than likely with a black hole, which doesn't have the same concept of time due to the unquantifiable amount of gravity being forced into it, so time is diluted, giving them the aptitude to be able to beat Sangaki if he has a time-based ability, like a Sand time-based ability like Prince of Persia. Okay, let me see. But that's kind of what I got it so far. Sub-Zero or the Toxic Gaki. Who do we have left? I guess he could fight Tao, because I know there's a lot of like medicinal practices in China, and he takes kind of akin to Taoist monks and things of that nature. So I guess Poison versus the Tao guy. That'd be cool. That's kind of all I got for the God tier versus the Gaki matchups. Let me see. Michelle Gar, Miska, Mickey, Muska. Okay. Oh, Toodles. Y'all wildin'. Straight fried. Y'all ain't shit. Mickey Mouse. That's Nara. Funny as hell. If I remember correctly, he used it in front of Ross' grandfather, so probably his grandfather tried to kill him with the ordained judgment. Makes sense. Makes sense. Dub said, man. Dub comment king. Val likely used Blood Moon when fighting OG Kode-E, but definitely used Blood Sacrifice. For sure. I'm confusing the techniques. That's on me. I know I said that earlier, but I just want to catch up. You know what I'm saying? As I go through it, each and every one, make sure I don't miss one. Shout out Mickey Mouse. Vice Commander body edge. You really shout out Mickey is crazy. Shout out Mickey is crazy, bro. I mean, shit. You know how he draws. Ordeal got back. What a phrase. Hey man, you said that, not me. Show me the proof. If it don't got my face on it, it's AI. I'm just saying. Lazy is a good example of what we need more of. Fact, I only care for Val. Fuck the rest of Thanatos forces. For sure, Vice Commander. Just focus that on characters like Gaki and Kagaya. Facts. Bills. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? You gotta take care of them bills, man. Maybe he just wants power and or a higher position or something like that. Bro, this man power is critical strike. Jose can make a quantifiable dead star explode. Kronos can copy any ability he wants. Kirito is able to emulate Val's ability to some degree. The Mask Gaki, based on the drawing that we see for the lasers, are atomic based blast, meaning they destroy you at the atoms with whatever it hits, giving it a property of not being able to be healed from. And Mr. Golden Lion, Critical Strike, is the one who thinks he's gonna get the high position. Nah, yeah, you got it, gang. You got it, gang. That nigga's not getting anything, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. No higher, he's allowed to live. That's his position, bro. That's his disposition, bro. He's allowed to live. Low-key, Hanjiro's greed could extend to his power as well. Yeah, because we know that their powers are reflective of their personalities and souls. So that'll make sense. Mina should just be in China then, in my opinion. Yeah, and that gives him a generalized area to cover. And he could just send his soldiers out from China across Asia. New Brazilian Kimio's going crazy. Hey man, new story idea. ... Say let. Hey man, I'm glad I was able to help. I'm glad I was able to help. Hey, was Aztec dude in the flashback the former god tier of South America? I would like that. That'll give Ordeal a lot. That'll give the Robin a little bit more in regards to the history. If Mato Hagan was one of the Kimios who was stationed out there just due to the aesthetic of his talent. It's a bit on the nose, but I wouldn't be mad at it. See, we got Zuri in Africa talking about Ibambe. I wouldn't be mad at it. And then maybe since then, no one in South America trained their chi limit to that, or their talent to that degree that it reached the chi limit for them to be considered for the god tier, or that, or they're in Patmos, because the nature of how destructive their talent is. Maybe the more gold he had, the more powerful he could become. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know how that works. It seems that based on if we use Valve's chi or blood being used and expanding his chi limit instantly, I guess it'd go on however much chi he's willing to use for that one strike. Because he clashed with the torso of Goro, and he was able to destroy Bone when fighting Immortal talent, and he was bloodlusted when fighting what is his name? I always call him Beast. He's one of the cold heads. Mr. Chupacabra. I'm gonna call him, he's a Chupacabra, okay? We gonna call him X-Man's Chupacabra, bro. So when he fights the Chupacabra, he does clash with his fist, but he doesn't break any bone. Kind of going to show the upper limit of the Chupacabra adaptability, but also showing that he probably didn't put as much chi into his initial attack against him due to him needing to fight the other heads as well. We don't know. Jay, you need help. That's crazy. On it. Newest rank. Only newest rank. Man, that bum and Timothy. Oh my God, Timothy's a bum. Timothy is the fraud that people think Leo is. Timothy is the fraud that people think Leo is, bro. Man's got beat by Crash Bandicoot's Tiki in a parakeet. In a level 1 Dark Souls spear. You got it, bro. Given his fit, it would be surprised if he wouldn't. Yeah, true. Agreed. Specific outpost location would be better. Yeah, I think that it'll help build the war better. That's a war. The world better. And so when we see them stationed at those outposts, we can kind of scale the Titans that's not being teleported their speed based on how long it's going to take them to travel. But they have the Merlin stones, so they shouldn't have to do any of that. But yeah, nonetheless, we if they're not in that Merlin dimension, because we still need to see what the Merlin dimension looks like, because we see that it has a bunch of suspended pieces of land on it, but those land seems far away from where Thanatos' exit point is. Meaning, the closer you get to them, they'll become a lot bigger. But Thanatos doesn't want to rule over separate pieces of land mass. He wants the entirety of the planet. South America, perhaps no man's land? No, it's not no man's land. I think it's still people there. Maybe there could be in Greenland hiding in plain sight, especially after the war. Yeah, we don't have anyone stationed in Greenland after war. You're on that. Manifest retired. So nobody took that spot officially, and Tao was able to move up because he took because Kevin's position was vacant. So that led up one for that led. Wow, I must be getting sleepy or something. I don't know. But that allowed the God tier all to move up one rank, basically. Bree versus Ari. The Beast / Fox Gaki versus Zuri. I would like that, but if we're gonna get a hunt type of battle on the Missouri, I want Andrea to witness this fight. You feel me? And the reason I say that is because her whole epithet of the hunt. We could see like Zuri struggling against Roberto, not knowing how to beat him. But that fact doesn't stop her from enjoying the hunt, which is one of the things that Andrea stopped after she got hunted by Goro. She went from the hunter to being the one getting hunted. And so if we see a God tier put in the same position as Andrea, that could be one of the catalysts to give her confidence back. Yup, Sandman. Hey, man. Wait, Jay, huh? Beast Gaki almost needs to fight Mina. For sure. He definitely needs to fight Minamoto. I like that dialogue. Facts. Perfect matchup off interaction. Having a straight shift fight will go hard, and if there will slowly becoming more animalistic and brutal as the fight goes on, especially with her unique abilities she's talking about in regards to Zuri. See, I don't really know much about Zuri. You know, I didn't around the time the competition was going on. I joined the Ordeal Discord, but I wasn't an active member then. So I don't know what her abilities are. Everything is just speculation on my end in that regard. And I kind of like it that way because it allows me to be surprised by what Brent provides. To each their own. Broadcast could replicate that same thing while not being a ship. Hold on. Could you elaborate on that? Broadcast could replicate the same thing while not being a ship. What did I say to warrant that? Maybe I'm chilling. I said chilling. Maybe I'm confused. Zuri would be interesting against perhaps poison / corrosive. Is that based on the knowledge I have on her talent? But Orion getting his talent would be especially if he runs it back. Hey man, I want to see how Orion takes the talent, like actually see it versus it being just said. Because essentially, the klepto aspect of him stealing it means that you shouldn't have access to your talent anymore. So you could either A, die, because technically it should mean that you should die, or B, just be comatose because a big piece of your being is gone. But that'd be cool if he has it, because it seems like he's only able to do certain things or like one ability of that talent based on what he sees. So we don't see him use silica more than just to subdue his enemy, and then he switches to do a more potent attack type of talent that he stole. So I'll be cool with that. Now you seeing my vision, but Brent don't like me, so we won't see it. Hey, it be like that, bro. It be like that. I never said I agree, only that him getting it would be cool. He doesn't necessarily have to fight the beast Gaki. Hey man, I'm just talking, bro. I'm just saying, man. Just ask. I'm just talking, bro. Like the stream, crying. You technically agree with something I said in the past. Hey, Dub, shout out Sandman. You know what I'm saying? Sandman and Jay came to the same conclusion. Love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, let me see. Orion getting Mina's talent. Unless you didn't mean Orion getting Mina's talent, then never mind. I would. What to be fire is if we get if he's able to take the soldiers, Minamoto, and make that a crystal. But when he pops it, we get clones of Orion. And he used those clones to help subdue either A, multiple talents, or a talent that is near his capacity for his chi limit. Because once they pass that capacity, he wouldn't be able to technically take them. He can only take things that's up to his chi limit, but because he has such a big chi limit, that he's basically able to take whatever he wants. Galliard. Oh, that's the Chupacabra's name. Yeah, Galliard. Yeah, Galliard. That's Senor Chupacabra. I'm calling him. It's too late, bro. It's too late, bro. I'm calling him a Chupacabra, bro. I'm calling him a Chupacabra, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm a fraud, bro. Bro. Fraudulent activity, bro. Call, bro, a Chupacabra. I'm dying. As long as it's not Beast Gaki, I don't care who fights Zuri. Yeah. The Oduzo, I have the highest hopes for the Oduzo Gaki, bro. Hold on. That's why he's literally the thing, the thumbnail for my first stream over here. I have, so far, aesthetically, he's my favorite Gaki. The fact that this man pulled up with a toe ring on was crazy, but aesthetically, he's my favorite Gaki. I can't cap with y'all, bro. Watching him say, "Oi, brother," hops off the brother light while the brother speed blitzes. This is showing like the brother disregarded him being on his back, and he knew that was gonna come, so he preemptively hopped off with no effort. not even being affected by the inertia of his brother moving at high speeds right behind him. Nah, bro, let me go get some more. All right. Yeah, I can't see his combat mode now without thinking that this motherfucker's got rabies. Oh yeah, he literally it's combat mode for Galliard is like him just submitting himself to the most animalistic portion of his talent, basically. Feral, exactly. Bro was forming, basically. They give Galliard a pup cup for meeting this crazy. Nah, he a big dog, man. You when they call Galliard, they be Clifford. You want to hear a speckle story, don't ya? That's what they hit Galliard with before every meeting. Fucking yo, muzzle Galliard for sure. Her talent is Medusa, based off it at least. That's what we saw. Don't know any tweaks Brent did. Hmm. So she has the ability to turn someone to stone, since it's based off Medusa. But she also has a camouflage ability as well. Would it be like a chameleon mixed with Medusa? Like she takes on the properties of reptiles. Are you assuming that her talent is based on the basilisk? That'd be fire. But just type that. Isn't that a biblical creature as well? Now Nara, that Rokaz comment was something Sandman Bestial Fight comment. Not anything you said. Okay. I ain't do it. Hey, I'm taking it back. I ain't do it. Okay, I ain't say it. Okay, it hit different when you ain't do it or say it. Shout out Jay, man. I didn't even see it. Hey man, it be like that. Loki, I think Orion talent might end up looking like Kai from Kung Fu Panda 3. I haven't seen Kung Fu Panda 3. I can see that Nara don't know we was talking amongst ourselves. LOL. Hey man, I'm sorry. It be like that sometimes. I'm just reading chat. You be alright, Nara. Hey man, it be like that. He's still catching up. He's still catching up. Bro, it's not Jin. I don't even want to talk about Jin. Oh my god, I don't want to talk about them pillars, bro. I don't want to talk about them pillars, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Jay, he's disappointed. I'm disappointed. Everybody should have got the Jin level of respect. I'm so disappointed that are exclusively because we don't get talents that's exclusively used for defense or don't have any combat aptitude or deal. Like the last person we got was Jamie. And so the fact that we got Eric Erickson, who doesn't have any offensive aptitude to his talent based on what we've seen, of course. He had been the second person since Jamie who doesn't have a attack version of his. Oh, I'm listening to the damn ad and trying to talk. Okay, he's the only person since Jamie who doesn't have a talent that has an attack aspect to it, and mostly defense. Now, if you want to say Nico, you can say Nico as well, but Nico's not a combatant, so that's why I don't regard her in that statement because she's not a combatant. She's an Uber driver. So I'm not gonna be like, yeah, bro, we're sending a lot of soldiers to war, and then being like, yeah, bro, we sent Carl, the Uber driver, who's still over here too. No, bro, not doing that. He did say you finna be nosy. LOL. Y'all funny. Hey man, I gotta be nosy. You see that? Nigga, yeah, I smell what the Rock is cooking because I was nosy. Y'all don't know what the Rock is cooking because y'all wasn't nosy. See, it be like that. Lost hope in Berto. For sure. Biz Gaki my number one too. Hey man, you the GOAT. You the GOAT, man. He be alright. Toe ring. Yeah, look at the design. Look at his pants when he hops off the dog. He has a little ring that connects the top of his pants, kind of like socks, but they're not at the bottom of his feet. But yeah, I was pulled out with a toe ring. Perception blitzed by a human Berto. Come on, dog. Come on. Come on, man. You hate to see it, but I think he just wasn't expecting the bullet to be K.O.D.E and Chi. Yeah, that's all it is. It's the right message. It's the wrong opponent. That's why I kind of agree with Jay, because the last time we seen Titan Technology fight somebody on Thanatos' side in the actual fight was Brandon and Tevin and the Greyhounds versus Ryu. And so if we take that into account, it'll make no sense that we just skipped, or let's say the Greyhounds, because it's Greyhound technology. The Greyhounds skipped from being able to damage the Titan Generals to just damaging the Gaki just off chi bullets, without him telling us or showing us the engineer and how they developed it. So if they would have fought, let's say, if someone of Leif's caliber was there, who is the upper echelon of the Titan General class, and he shot him, or he shot Jose, who is Gaki adjacent but not Gaki completely, it'd made more sense in regards to the power creep for the technology versus just being like, yeah, we went from Titan Generals to Gaki. You had to see it, but I think he just wasn't expecting the bullet to be calling Chi. Yep. Else Brent Skilling. I talked about that in my season review. I almost spit my food, choked in my eye. This that bullshit. I talked about the pillars twice in this review. Hey man, the bastards in the battle, yeah. Oh Lord, have mercy. Uber heart shake my head. She a disappointment. I call up. I did it. Hooray. I caught up to chat. I did it. Hey man, I caught up, man. It hit different. So what would you guys like to see from the channel? From me as a content creator, what would you guys like to see? What improvements would you guys like for me to make? I'm gonna give y'all a second, you know what I'm saying? Let that marinate for a little bit. I'll let that marinate for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? She's a disappointment for sure. For sure. Definitely a disappointment. They could have just gave her Kenjutsu with chi reinforcement. She uses the Heart Clan's Kenjutsu, and she can reinforce one of the, you could have said, like, one of the things that the Heart Clan trains with their sword technique is applying chi to their sword technique. So that way, people who was born human in the Heart Clan, they can have the generalized same version of that same sword technique. And people who have chi can have the boisterous version of that sword technique. Like we see, what is his name? He's in Demon Slayer. He's the waters, the I'm about to call it water dance. Is it Minerva? No, it's not Minerva. Murata? He has the the water sword style or the water breathing like Tanjiro, but because he doesn't have the same aptitude, the water doesn't show like with Giyu and Tanjiro. It comes out like little drops and sprinkles of water, just going to show the different aptitudes of it. We could have had something like that with the Heart Clan and their Kenjutsu and Nico. So you telling me that we first see Nico, her earliest appearance as a child is her training in a dojo, but she sucked with a sword. Cinema. She trained with Sabito, the person who's a prodigy. She was a partner to Sabito in the dojo, training, and she had no aptitude for the sword. You get me, bro? Brand, Brand, why have you forsaken us? Let me stop playing. But now, let me go. I'm not gonna lie. More discussion vids could be cool if less script work. It's crazy because I don't. For me personally, I don't feel like my videos when I don't do a script be the same quality than when I do a script. Maybe it's because I don't have the practice for it. But I'll add it to the list. More discussion videos. Other than the audio, you straight. Maybe let your personality come through more because sometimes it feels like rolling off a script. Hey man, yeah, I don't want my personality to come through more, man. We not gonna get monetized over here. If my personality come through, bro, we not gonna get monetized over here, bro. The results of my personality is Wolf Nara. But for sure, I could try to work that in there. All criticisms are welcome, gang. So I'm not gonna disregard your criticism, gang. So allow my personality to shine more in the script. Gotcha. Rock armor on the katana fits so well. Yeah, reinforcement, and then that also opens the gate to allow Andrea to use it as well. Because like I said in my I want to say it wasn't this one. It was the 144, 145 review. While I talk about the double application of rock armor, like yeah, it increases your defense, but that hardness also increases your attack potency for blunt force attacks as well. And we could see that with Rai punching Amara, with him being able to push it back, is going to show that it adds more force because it's a layer of armor, so it makes the blow heavier. Which makes more sense when we see, like I said in the video, when we see Shay constantly shown to be applying rock armor and hitting late and being able to push him back versus Andrea, who was just able to clash with him and he was able to stand still. Like the piece from Naruto and the Land of Iron, yeah, for sure. And then if you mix the people from Naruto and the Land of Iron and mix Demon Slayer, boom. And hold on. And mix in a little, dabble in some Samurai Deeper Kyo, and which takes traditional Japanese swordsmanship or traditional Japanese kenjutsu and animify it and use Ronin Kenshin as well as a foundation. That'll be the perfect thing for the Heart Clan. I put that double application of rock armor in my season review. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? Hey man, appreciate you, King. Found out one of my topic, one of the things I said made it to the thingy, made it to the big season review. It hit different. Samurai Deeper Kyo, yeah. Of course you know ball. Hey man, cinema. Granted, I haven't finished it because I was poor at the time when I initially read it. I owned a couple volumes of it physically too. But yeah, Samurai Deeper Kyo. Like one of the things that was raw was when I want to say like around chapter 8 or 9. he transforms into the quote unquote demonic samurai, and the samurai, they thought the samurai was so fast that he couldn't. They thought the samurai hit him so many times that he couldn't be seen. That it couldn't be seen just due to his skill. But no, he just used the Ei jutsu, which is something that Shay used, which is just a quick draw slash jutsu, one hit, just as quickly as you can, take down the opponent. And I thought just them explaining that was fire. I would say I can't say anything like he can't use something like vagabond because we have generalized philosophy, not focal point philosophy, where this specific part of the story is focused on this specific philosophy. We have more characters to characters philosophy and then generalized morals when it comes to ordeal. Okay, what do you need an explanation of? The samurai deeper K.O.D.E analogy? So basically, let me just make sure I wait for y'all to respond. The samurai deeper K.O.D.E analogy, or I could have sworn I gave an example with the Ei jutsu that he used like in chapter 8 of that manga. So I was just saying how what they could have based, what Brent could kind of base the swordsmanship of the Heart Clan off of. So you have like a bunch of different medias that have just plain swordsmanship in it. Like we could combine for Kimio's, we could combine the samurai and Naruto mixed with Demon Slayer to show the difference. Samurai Deeper K.O.D.E is a manga that was inspired by Ronin Kenshin, but it was created in, I want to say, the early 2000s. I was like in elementary school. It has traditional Japanese swordsmanship and swordsman techniques, but apply anime logic. Just like, for example, he unsheathed his blade at the sound of speed, at the speed of sound. You feel me? Shit like that. So it's fire. It's a manga with a lot of substance. If you like Ronin Kenshin and you want a manga to that same vibe, I recommend Samurai Deeper K.O.D.E. See, Samurai Champloo, y'all gonna hate me for this. Niggas with masters have a lot. They have dignified swordplay. But in Samurai Champloo, they really just be swinging them blades, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Especially Mugen. Jin, he has some things like his quick draw technique, quick slashes, but not necessarily like technically I could personally point out. I would have to kind of like do more of a deep dive into the swordsmanship of Samurai Champloo for me to honestly be able to make a case in point for it, to be honest with you. Exactly. For sure. I'm supposed to be adding Kagura to the channel. I want to say once I catch up with One Piece is when I'm going to add it. Because I know I got 2 One Piece parts. I got the first part, that's going to be an hour and 13 minutes. So that's covered like 4 chapters. And I got to do another 4 chapters. Then I got to upload Boruto because I did that when it came out. I just never uploaded it because I've been busy editing all day, all night, shit. And then after that, that should free up. That should allow me to be caught up to everything to allow me to add something new to the channel, which is going to be Kagura Banchi. Kagura Banchi has pretty good swordplay philosophy. Jin definitely has more refined swordplay. For sure, for sure. Even the exaggerated movements. Off topic, but have you seen Gungrave? Of course, what? Gungrave, nigga? Gungrave? The niggas who betrayed their homie, they killed them. Folks got a coffin on the back. They got a grenade launcher, a shotgun, carry 2 pistols on the side, and he be getting groovy with the pistol. Great gun food. Shout out Gun Grade, man. PS2 classic, man. They made, I want to say they made like 3 games. Hey, face, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Sandman, you know what I'm saying? I know ball a little bit, King. That shit looks fun as fuck. Oh, yeah, I played it when I was a kid. I beat the first one. What chapter you on? Well, what chapter am I on? The Kagura Banchi? Oh, no, I'm doing the catch-up. It's going to be a catch-up. Reactions. It's basically what if John Wick was in Godfather. It's so fucking cool. The ending is gonna make you feel some type of way in the best way, but it's good as a bitch. Yeah, it's a classic. It's PS2 classic. Yeah, I want to say it came out around 04, 05. I know it was elementary school because my uncle had the game. Yeah, you don't be paying attention to my mate. That's hilarious. Hey man, I'm nosy. I want to see all the conversation. Okay. But yeah, gun grade fire. Okay, so audio, personality. Gotcha. Oh yeah. Now Jay. Now you know. I know when you know. Scripts, audio, editing, visuals. You gotta be in a dungeon for real for that shit, bro. When you talking to people, that shit really slows you down. For sure. So that's why I get why you don't be around like that, bro. You good? My girl playing it, girl. It be like that, man. It be like that. Okay. Okay. So what do y'all? So when I do verses, I want to try to do a versus battle on the channel. Now Kleps, Jay, and my vice commander know what my next video is gonna be.
American Family Insurance.
But what we're gonna do, since you guys came here to the live stream, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna give y'all a live stream only joint. But I tell y'all what the next video gonna be. I'm gonna show y'all the thumbnail. So what y'all say about that? I think that'd be kind of like an addition we can have, you know what I'm saying, to the live stream. Because usually before I officially say what the video is gonna be, I usually make the thumbnail to some degree. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm getting cooked by tech right now. Hold on. Speaking of One Piece, new chapter was nasty. I still need to read it, bro. I've been behind One Piece. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like trying to do the script and the videos and trying to do it successfully with having to the computer. It takes a lot of time, gang. I'm not gonna lie to you. It takes a ton of time. Especially because I don't like to generalize stuff and say, yeah, that's it for the idea. I kind of like to walk everyone through how I got to that idea instead of just saying it and leaving it up for interpretation. And that method of doing it is causing it to take longer. New chapter is nasty. Love to see it. You know, I need that Titan Tech upgrade. Hey, man. Maybe when I start, you know what I'm saying, getting some money on from YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we can get that Titan Tech upgrade, man. We need that consistent Thunderers. Yeah, I mean, and we get that Titan Tech upgrade. But I also got something in the works for that too. But you know, I don't like to speak on nothing that's not done. You feel me? Let me see. Jay's right hand, love to see it. Faces, Eternal, Jay's right hand. Speak of the Royal Blood, Eternal. All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready for the? I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm gonna try to drop 2 videos this week. Okay, because that review gonna be short. I'm not gonna lie to you. That review is gonna be short. You're not getting no 24, 20, 28, 30-minute, 40-minute review. No. And honestly, I don't even know if you guys do you guys enjoy the long reviews? I know when I first started doing reviews, they wasn't really that long. Let me I could pull it up. But first things first. Boop. That's the video. This is what we're gonna be working on. Now, if you guys want, let me transform it. You feel me? All right. We're gonna move the chat, but we don't really need the chat. It's kind of small, but I kind of like having it right here, just because. But we can move the chat a little bit. All right. So this video is gonna be talking about, is Shay currently a planet buster? We're gonna be mostly talking about the feats of episode 145, but we're gonna be covering his highest scaling feat, which is the Sun through Moon attack, in here as well, to determine if Shay's an actual planet buster. Because the misconception with chapter 180 is crazy. 145 is that Shay destroyed the world and he killed everybody on the world, which is what made God reset everything. And I think that is just an outlier. I don't think that Shay has the aptitude right now to destroy the planet, given how his abilities work, how he can only he can't reinforce Ilios. Ilios has to reinforce itself to be able to use the talent. I got some notes from Jay on here too, you know, so I gotta include them in the script. But I'm not seeing Shay at this current point in time being a planet buster. Shay Glaze is Brent Glaze, of course. But Shay is still greater than or equal to Tevin as well. So you know what I'm saying. I think this video is kind of needed for the community, which is why I kind of want to do it, because of people thinking that Shay's a planet buster. Just like I had a comment on Twitter, not Twitter, on TikTok. I showed Jay. It was hilarious. It was like, yeah, with him doing the dying star feat, Shay is definitely planet level. He's about star level right now. I said, no, bro, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. If it was literally a dying star, the weight of a dying star, then I'll give you that. But the fact that it's unquantifiable and it's quantified by the level of chi that the Kimyo who possesses the talent has means that that attack is not really as strong as people think. Like, it would literally mean if we look at the environmental damage from multiple dead stars hitting Shay, that attack didn't even all. It made the core of that building molten, but it wasn't enough for us to topple the building. Which means, I'm not going to say it's like building level, of course not, because given if he put more chi into it, it'd be a more potent attack. But the fact that he was able to cover the sky with that ability makes it at its max a city level to multi-city level attack. It doesn't make it a star level attack because it's quantified by the amount of chi that Jose had. And that chi is quantified, or it's stated to be that of a Gaki, which is greater than the God tier, which is stated to be able to protect the country by itself. So you can say a God tier is country level. So at most, and I mean the wankest of the wank. It could be small country level, but no. I wouldn't even be comfortable saying Shay even blocked a country level attack casually with the shield of the first man, just like casually deflecting the beam from his scepter in that form. The sky feed was ass, but it just showed that he was able, similar with Tomas, that he was able to create more of those stars instantaneously, which goes to show his control of his chi, but also his mastery of his talent in regards to Jose. Dude gave Shay the wrong feat, of course. He thought just because Shay was able to defend against a quote unquote star, that it was an actual star. No. That's not how that works. So it's unquantifiable, but it's quantified by certain things in the story, like the Gaki statement and also what we see. Because if a multi-level, if Sultan Moon, which is a multi-city attack, is able to cut through, its aftershock is able to, let me reiterate, if Sultan Moon with aftershock is able to affect multi-cities, because it affected the city they was in and surrounding areas as well, which was the statement. And it wasn't able to obliterate the moon. It wouldn't even be a small moon level feat given the amount of chi that Ilios had left to do something through moon. Because Shay was fighting and using a ton of chi. Because he has to compact a ton of chi in raw flames to make Tomas. So he used a ton of chi already of Ilios. So whatever Ilios had left for Sun Through Moon was the max of his capabilities. Given the amount of chi that he had, that he could reinforce his own ability with, was able to cut through the Earth's moon. So that still wouldn't make Shay an island level type of character. Not island level, a planet buster type of character. But again, I'm gonna actually go into details. I'm gonna be doing a lot of stuff in that video. So hey man, you know what I'm saying? If y'all actually want, you know what I'm saying? If y'all actually want somewhat generalized ordeal scaling, because you know what I'm saying, it's not something that I'm used to doing. It's outside of my realm of expertise. But when you can't grow if you continue to do the same thing. You feel me? And I want to grow, so I want to try different avenues. And so, because power scale is an ordeal, be just saying anything like Kofi's beating Sabito. We need to have this discussions like these. because it's imperative for the power scaling moving forward for season 4, because I don't think the power creep and ordeal is back. I think Brent did a pretty good job. It ain't the best, but season 3 did a really good job with conceptualizing the power creep of ordeal. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that. But so what y'all think? Do y'all think Shay's a planet buster? I want to hear y'all thoughts real quick. You know what I'm saying? Y'all may make it to the video. I may be like, oh yeah, bro, 2 hours, 15 minutes and 34 seconds into the stream, Wooty Woo said this. I may want to include it in the script, you feel me? So, do y'all think he's a planet buster? Ooh, I need to work on this review faster. Oh, damn. I don't. What made you say that, Jay? What made you say you need to work on the review faster, family? I heard it. Yeah, I feel it. All right. All right. So now we at the part of the stream, because we have another part of the stream. It's the open discussion portion. Which is gonna take place after the reread, and then we pretty much, you know what I'm saying, we done here. You feel me? So I do gotta get this read through done. That way I can start scripting this review. Now, if y'all want me to make it officially full screen, just let me know. Yeah, he could do that. If he's like at 100%, he just aims it directly at the ground. But when I think of planet busting, I don't think of somebody who, I don't think of someone who can force a planet to explode. I think of someone who eviscerates a planet, like the Master Roshi feat of the moon. King Vegeta lifted his hand. Frieza destroying planet Vegeta. I mean, something that has enough force to completely turn something to dust or rock. It's like, yeah, I see a couple of, if that's the case, if we're using that logic, Sandman, I see a couple people doing that. You mentioned the street subject I talked about. I need to review in the street. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? Love to see it, Kim. I'm glad I was able to motivate to some degree. You feel me? I'm glad I was able to motivate to some degree. Love to see it, Kim. As long as I can help some way, you know what I'm saying? Be here for it. All right. Right now, I'm trying to pull up. Because when you think about it like this, Obija bypasses infinity. He should automatically be a planet buster. Just off that statement alone, Obija should automatically be a planet buster. I think I'm on page 2. All right, so we on the betrayal. Give me a second, y'all. Would y'all like? I could bring y'all in. I can call y'all 1-to-1 on Discord. And that way, everybody has their piece. Everybody has their chance to speak. Versus me calling everybody or us getting in a voice chat with everybody, and then everybody just screaming and talking over each other, and no one can get their actual point and shit across. Easy. Can you explain how Abijah God tier is a planet buster? Easy. He bypasses infinity, meaning when he calls Levy on the phone, it's in a similar manner that we see Yorn calling Granny Banifesh or Granny Tobiasen through Heimdall, and she opened up the point at him telling her that he's going to actually unleash the true aspect of his talent. That's the same thing with baby folks, which means the feats that we see is going to be multiplied by one another. So then we have the aspect of what Levy talent can do. He's able to stack up blocks, and in between the front of the box and the back of the box is chi, but that chi is akin to infinity, an infinity amount of chi. Meaning, when he calls Levy and tells him that he needs to wrap the stadium, the people, and himself in barriers, and Levy states that he doesn't think that even his talent will be able to suppress, which is a defensive talent, mind you, applying the aspect of infinity between the beginning and the end result, which is where Levy is posted. So that will mean that the force that Abijah is able to output will be that akin to, will be able to cover the distance of infinity. And so nothing in this realm can deal with infinite potential, because the only thing we see in Ordeal that has stated to have infinite, a part of it, is the ether and the room of creation, because the room of creation is stated to house everything inside of it. So at that point, it bypasses the durability of the planet itself. At the very least, the city or country that Abijah is standing in, which is why he needs to apply affinity to defend against it, to make sure he doesn't destroy anything. But if it's able to bypass that in its force, if you want to say speed, because he has a haste-like talent, we can use speed. Kevin is able to move light speed and then not destroy the planet. Now apply the aptitude of infinity across the planet for Abijah speed. There is nothing on that planet that's going to be able to stop Abijah's attack once it starts. That's what having infinity applied to your attack potency is. I think the 5 of us are mature enough to do it, but we can do 1-on-1. I'll let y'all decide. Can I do let me see if I can do a poll. So I know Jay's busy right now. And also, you know what I'm saying, if Jay want to come in, you know what I'm saying, I'm not opposed to Broski coming in. But I think Jay wants to save any topics between me and him for our personalized videos that we're going to do. For our collab videos. Feel me? And plus, Broski busy. Let me see if I can all right, Jay, I put you as a mod. You're a mod over here, Jay. Trading talent for an assassin, yeah, being able to apply infinity to your speed for sure. Like he said, Adam is gonna be the only one able to track him while he's moving, and that's when he's in his most restricted state. None of the four corners are being open or used at that time. Bro knows me for real. Hey man, you my dog. Come on now. I pay attention. I observe. I analyze. And I'm an overthinker. Probably why I can't really get to sleep like that, because my brain is always going 24/7. I disagree. I think it's just hyperbole. I think it's more similar to how Shay was able to get out of Jose's orbs, where he's able to overpower him through how much chi he had in the first place. Yeah, I can see that being the case. But the whole thing about that, what was the loophole for that was the unquantifiable. We have a quantifiable distance being applied to infinity. Just like Gojo, he doesn't apply infinity to the aspect of infinite distance being before you. Gojo move has the application of infinity, but it's more of addition to infinity. So for example, if you're 10 inches away from me, my curse technique allows you to get 8 inches to me. And so when you get to 10, I add another 8 inches or 10 inches each time you reach the nomenclature benchmark for the distance that was initially. Kind of like I can't think of what the concept is verbatim for the name, but it's a concept in Greek where there's a turtle. The turtle was able to start first and was able to gain distance. And so when the hare was trying to catch up to the turtle, or it could be a different animal, the turtle, it was never able to catch up to the turtle, because as he filled in the gap, the turtle moved that same amount, meaning it got closer, the turtle moved that distance. So the distance truly never changed. Yeah. So again, I think that because Jose had that unquantifiable, it gave Shay that loophole to be able to have a certain damage output due to the amount of chi that he has to give him that resistance, rather than actually being able to have to travel the distance between a dead star or between infinity. Do you know his paradox? Okay. Appreciate you, Faceless. No, I'm terrible with names. I can explain something all day. But names, I'm going to get cooked. Y'all seen what happened when I tried to pronounce Michigan. Michelle Gar. Oh no, where's Jay comment at? Getting cooked again. Yes, baby? You want me to charge the tablet? Yeah, I see this tablet super hot. Go ahead, go play. Hey man, I'm certified tablet squire. Okay? I don't squire to my nieces. I squire to their tablets. Let me see. I'm still getting cooked. They gave up on me. So live, I think, is literal. If it wasn't, I think Brent would have actually let baby folks have a full fight. But because of where the main cast is, baby folks is kind of so far above everybody else in regards to that one statement that he really can't have a fight. He can only be there to oral farm and hype shit up just off that one statement. Because once he fights, he's not only a higher level god tier, but it's not going to be anybody lower than him to reach it. Like it's kind of the same situation that Brent was in with Kofi. Whereas Kofi, since Kofi's the closest God tier outside of the Great Four right there, even if we do say that everyone within, I think it's 5 and above, doesn't have a necessary strength limit, is not based off their number, it wouldn't really be anybody that we could say would be able to handle Kronos besides one of the Great Four talents in regards to the destructive output that we've seen besides Kofi in that point. Meaning that nobody who came up to help Kofi would have been able to actually assist in that fight besides a Great Four talent, which is said to scale beyond any god tier in history. So that's kind of how I predicted. That was my state of mind for how I predicted the ending of season 3 for the Kofi fight. I said somebody's gonna pull up, and since Shay's sleep, Kade-Geeta's a drunk, it only leaves Okinos to pull up, in which he did. But again, Ordeal power system is not like, it's a mixture of Dragon Ball Z and One Piece. Where, yeah, if you're strong enough, you're this much stronger than the person, your hacks doesn't work on that person, like we see with Jose and Shay. But also matchups are more important. That's why when everybody, generally people are saying that that Shay is stronger than Vatic, he's the strongest person in Ordeal right now, I disagree. I still say Vatic is stronger than Shay. At least at this current point in time, because Shay still lacks experience. And it was so much so that even Jose was able to see that he doesn't fight like a Kimio, going to show that Shay is still out of sync with his talent. But he's just using raw power to mask his inexperience. Oh wow! So apparently I've been muted. I was muted. Mm-hmm. And I know then Brett said he wanted people to be like intergalactic, and that would allow him to make people intergalactic. In fairness, wasn't Shay messing with Jose? Yeah. He was just doing that to motivate Andrea. Brent, shorthands people. We don't really see the. Who do we see the concept of infinity? get applied to besides the beach, besides Levy, and the beach is surpassing that because if we're talking about speed feats, the highest speed feat in Ordeal, if we're not counting God traveling from heaven to the ether, which is that would be kind of cheap. So since we're not counting that, the highest speed feat in Ordeal would be Grimboard Jin, speed blissing himself outside the timeline, turning himself into pure energy, and we see him as pure energy in those after images, reflecting his speed, but also the state of energy that he's in. Meaning that he surpassed the speed of light that Kevin was traveling when he was going from Africa to Japan. So the highest feat for speed goes to Grimboy Jin. Second highest goes to Kevin. Because once you start hitting the infinity type of realm, you start hitting the unquantified. You pass unquantifiable, and you start working with imaginary numbers. And shit gets wonky when niggas start working with imaginary numbers, especially on more complicated equations. All right, so y'all ready? Oh, wait. I actually got to bring up my notepad. But so now, got a question for you guys. So how you guys like streams like this? Because I don't typically just start a stream. Let's talk about some Ordeal today. You guys kind of have to wait. Yeah. I don't typically just do like freehand streams and just give out my raw dog thoughts, no edits, no condom. You feel me? So how do you guys like the stream aspect? I like the stream. Oh, my goat. My goat. We're not counting the time it takes to travel to the stars. He was still gone for months. If you remember, if I'm not mistaken, he says Earth atmosphere, didn't he? That it was gathering around Earth's atmosphere. Hold on. Let's go back to the chapter. One it says 112, the season finale, the post credit. All right, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the capture joint full screen while it's half screen because I got my screen split in half for my notes, and then for the chapter itself. And then I kind of enjoy these streams because, in case you guys don't comment on the actual review, I could use your comments from the stream. Let me see. Yes, Pickles. What do you need? Need who? What are you talking about? Stop. Sorry. Come here. Can't be moving and spinning when you're talking. You gotta stay still. What? You want your drawing? What drawing? Oh, this thing? Your thing with the pencil on it? Here you go, baby. Alright, close my door, baby. Go ahead, have fun. Okay, I guess the concept of infinity is gimmicky. Yeah, concept of infinity is gimmicky in all the fucking fiction, bro. I like the stream. Hey, they same. It's sold, bro. It's sold. It's crazy. So I need about 350. I about 350. Bro. Streams hilarious facts. All right, hey, love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up this. I'm pretty sure Jay's at that point too, where he can just like look at how many pages his script is to be like, yeah, this video is gonna be this long. This video is gonna be this long right here. All right, let me see. But what's crazy is sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I don't have a lot to talk about for this chapter. And then I actually get to the damn chapter. And now my goddamn video is 20 fucking minutes. It's 20 fucking minutes. So yeah, I don't got really much to say. Like, why is this video a half an hour? Man. It seems I'm getting cooked right now. Tech is cooking me. Tech, why do you hate me for? We used to be friends. Mm. So it's not loading my tabs. I need add tab 148 trail. Obviously the title's gonna be easy. It's about fucking Hondro. Let me see, Bob. If it lets me. And then Bob. And then so now we're looking up the star feed for Kevin. Wow. I said about right there, but nigga, this is the beginning of the chapter about right here. I see the word a month prior that you had left your post. Okay, so month. Okay, I experienced a minor delay to my arrival. I observed 2 neutron stars beginning to fall into mutual orbit. Black hole. Okay, so that's, let's say, millions of light years away. Nonetheless, I would say that in this case, the fact it'll take more energy. If he is able to travel that distance, he's clearly surpassed the speed of light. And so in typical media, nothing can surpass the speed of light. And so for us to apply that to that logic to some degree to the verse of ordeal, you can say that in that moment where he traveled to those stars and then traveled back to Earth, he's at the peak of speed in regards to still being able to be perceived in this reality. Whereas Jin, because of the way his talent works, not because of his experience or his aptitude of the talent, but because of the way his talent works, he automatically excels himself to a rate that he can't be quantified as a physical being in reality, and can only move in energy as energy, while moving simultaneously so fast that he's expecting his past, which is the present that he left, attacking while outside the timeline, and continuing to be able to move at that same rate of speed because he doesn't go back into the timeline. And once he slows down, he re-enters for one decisive strike. So the fact that he's unable to keep the same form and energy. He says that the star collided the air, form a black hole too close to Earth. Oh no, for sure. But that's more of a strength feat. You feel me? But this is more of him getting to those stars and then getting back. As long as you're able to stay within the timeline, you don't break the speed of relativity based on your universe, or the relativistic speed of your universe. As long as you're able to still be perceived as a phenomenon in that universe. But the moment you convert into energy itself and is able to affect timeline, meaning you don't have a chronological effect in time or place in time, then you surpass the speed of light or anything relativistic or comparable to something that can stay in that physical realm, because it doesn't break the rules. Basically, Jin moves so fast that he breaks the rules of the universe, and he has no choice but to become energy, and then his talent moves the way it does. While Kevin has so much control over his talent that he's able to push moving at those high speeds for that long without breaking form. And you can honestly say Tevin himself isn't a human. He's actually only energy. So him hitting that feat, being energy, is similar to Jin, but he still doesn't leave the timeline. Which means the energy that Kevin has is moving at a slower rate than Jin. Or you can even say at a lower dimensional plane than what Kevin is moving in regards to Jin's speed. So yeah, that's why I say that Jin is still faster than Kevin, because of the way his talent works. The speed blitzing someone in the present will always be slower than speed blitzing somebody in the future. So would that not apply to Kevin, who is made of chi, aka energy? No, because his talent doesn't work that way. Like, Jin's talent is based off Kevin's talent, so he probably does have the aptitude to do something like that. But with the way phenomena works in space, it takes billions of years for things like that to happen. So like when he says like they was orbiting around each other, they wasn't going to collide instantly, but it was still going to be relative. It's going time-wise, it was still going to be soon enough for the Earth to still be there, and he still had enough time to get there. So unfortunately, because of the way his talent works, no, but it doesn't mean he's not able to do so. So we haven't seen it. Doesn't mean he can't do it. But with Jin, we've seen it. Kind of situation. Because he's basically stagnant energy. He's not flowing energy. He's energy in a shell. You can say he dispersed his energy that allowed him to move quicker or almost move instantaneously to his target. But even then, it still took him a month to get there and get back. Which means it took him, even with his relativistic speed, he still had a distance that had to be covered over a certain amount of time versus it being done instantly. So yeah, I still say Jin is he has the greatest speed feat. Tevin has the Tevin. Kevin has the greatest strength feat. And that's kind of the way I kind of conceptualize that talent. But Jin talent doesn't have that versatility, which is why he's high up, but he's not any rank above where he needs to be. All right. Let's get to the chapter. But I don't know if I explained that, brother. Enough. That good enough for of an explanation, Jay? One more question. Is Jen only faster when moving to the future based on what you said, making him base light speed when moving in present time? Hold on. Oh, bad. My niece came in. One more question. Is Jen only faster when moving to the future based on what you said, making him base light speed when moving in present time? Honestly, he slows down extremely. When he re-enters the timeline, that means he's not accelerating anymore, and he's not keeping that same speed. He's slowing down. And that's why we kind of see the after images of him converting from energy back into mass, because he's slowing down, so he doesn't have the same properties anymore. So when he's moving to the future, he's faster than light because he converts himself into energy. And him being able to time travel to that degree, even if it's only a minute degree, that time travel aspect, according to his powers, it technically breaks the laws of the universe. So he kind of gets kicked out because he's moving too fast. So when he comes back, like he goes back into the timeline, he slows down. Now, in regards to how much he slows down, I wouldn't know. I couldn't really quantify that based off the panels that we have, because he goes behind Thanatos, and then he appears in front of Thanatos. So you could say he's going down to maybe speed of sound, speed of lightning when he re-enters the timeline to allow him to do one more decisive strike with force. Let me see. I have a question about Thanatos' body, about how it interacts with non-living talents, since the chi pool is separate and that talent. Wow, what the fuck? I can't even read. Give me a second. I have a question about Thanatos' body, about how it interacts with non-living talents, since the chi pool is separate and that type of talent needs their cumulus chi to function. Would you say they reach the same peak of the talent as a living one? What do you mean how it interacts with non-living talent? That's kind of like the only part I don't really understand. Are you asking, can Thanatos reach the same peak as a living talent? Or are you asking, all talents needs their cumulus chi to function? Chi basically is like an engine to a talent. It's like the gas to your car, basically, bro. So you use it to be able to operate it and release it, but you also use it to be able to reinforce it as well. So due to a chi limit, if you're asking can like a regular Kimio reach the same heights of the Great Four, I doubt it. Due to the Great Four basically being angels on Earth. But their uniqueness would shine through how the talent is being used. But I don't see so you're asking if Shay got a non-living talent like Ilios, how would reinforcing his body work with the talent? Like if he get high forge. Hmm. That one I wouldn't really know. He probably wouldn't really be able to do too much in like or Rhino or Lionheart because he doesn't have access to be able to reinforce his ability to chi. Like if you want to say that he can activate the talent, but he wouldn't necessarily be able to do any of the things that we see Tevin do, like making the construct of the lion with the thunderclap. He'll get the enhanced strength, enhanced durability, but that'd be seemingly it. Just because he can only reinforce his body, not necessarily the talent itself, which is what's needed for not only the talent to grow, but for the talent to adapt, for the talent to have the other properties like we see, like with Overdrive. So he can reinforce his body, but he wouldn't be able to reinforce the talent to the degree that Tevin does, which was what makes Tevin talent so amazing. Because we sleep on how much chi Tevin actually has. I think I get the gist, Nara. So Garen should be moving at light speed when using his talent, and then going beyond that when moving into the future, but slowing down when coming back. Bingo! Ha cha cha! Ha cha cha! We may have to invite you to the ordeal hoop nanny. Yeah. But technically, there is no speed faster than light. So base light speed is just light speed. Anything faster than that is just energy. It's free flowing energy or potential energy. I think Shade Body would only allow any physical limit to be removed. Like the way that the Rhino High would be, could be, in theory, not be a bother to him. Hmm. So you think that reinforcement would allow Shay to ignore rate just through kind of applying the hacks of his body against the hacks of his talent? In your opinion, you don't think he can activate the talent? See, the reason I say he can because we see that Ilios is being restricted, and Ilios allows him to use some of his power. And the key word is allow, meaning he's giving the okay to let Shay use a certain amount of his flame. But once his body is accustomed to the chi output that is necessary for Ilios to prosper, Ilios let him use all of it, even if he doesn't have the experience to maximize it. So I think that he'll be able to activate it But all the fancy stuff he won't be able to do. It'd just be kind of like having adaptable armor on, without having the stuff to make Lion, Rhino, and Black Forge hide unique. Because the whole thing about it is the hides themselves, they don't use chi to activate. They use specific aspects like Tevin's stamina to activate and consume, or Rhino's oxygen to be able to activate and use. Which is why we always see Tevin take a big breath and have his arms stretched out before activating Rhino hide. And then we have Black Forge using blood. So it's a combination of chi, which can be applied to a talent, which is fine, but also physical aspects of the chemio that allow the highs to function. If she had a talent that's not Ilya's while still being Thanos' vessels, nothing would change. Bingo. That's basically what I'm saying. It'd be basically the same thing. He just wouldn't be able to reinforce the talent. That's about it. So yeah, we're on the same page, fam. We're on the same page. Or any talent that doesn't have a chi pool of its own. All right, hold on. Do I got the bullet points up? No, I'm getting folded by technology again, bro. I've been getting folded all stream, gang. All stream, G. I've been getting cooked. When tech decides to not cook me, I will be moving my mouse so I can do the read through. Hold on. All right. All right. So we have Shay entering the Shitty's hideout. I never noticed that before. Like, we have this being a point of light, but this whole kind of works as two different things. It works as a point of light, but also a point to have oxygen and carbon dioxide enter and exit the room. Basically, you can stay in that room without dying. The air may be kind of thin compared to outside, but you can still stay in that room without dying because it has constant airflow. All right. You thought Kimio needed Chi to grow the strength and involve their talent, or am I tripping? Chi and talent works hand in hand. It's mostly used for reinforcing. Growth is based on, it's a biological thing in regards to the growth of a talent. So yeah, you have to train it, but your chi limit, it has to basically reach that chi limit. The more it grows inside of the chi limit, the stronger it gets. But the chi itself allows you to utilize and reinforce it. Their body can't but use to make exactly. He can't. His body can't put chi into a talent. It can only make itself stronger. but I tell you also, it kind of it's that thing whole thing is kind of iffy in regards to exactly. It's all based on the body, but that's kind of what makes Shea body you anomaly because if he didn't get Ilios, he'd kind of be stuck in the same position. He'd be kind of like Quill in regards to his talent. Exactly. It's not used to make Ilios stronger. Ilios has to pretty much reinforce himself. Exactly. Agree with you completely. I, I, okay. So we have Ilios talking to him. I do love the way the floor is reflecting light, and then like the different tiles, designs, fire. My lord, and you see shades walking through. One thing about this is, if you notice right here, this kind of reminds me of like a key being put into a lock. And we know when the door opens, this circle right here kind of splits in half. The dove little wall design. This structure, there's cursed chi in this place. I cannot tell how strong it is. Yet my senses feel weak. Okay, so this is where we get the I can't think of his name. The seal. Cyclops seal. You should be alert. So yeah, Mahalo already senses his power is draining. It appears to be coming from the room. So why couldn't so Mahalo could sense curses that has verboten chi. But why can't Shay sense curses? It appears to be coming from the room. And I'm not saying he needs to be like the dragon radar for curses or anything like that. But if it exudes chi, with chi spell, he should have been able to tell, even without the dialogue from Mahalel, that it was cursed. Cursed chi coming from here, or disgusting feeling chi coming from here. I love the design of this door. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it has 12 stones. Didn't Jesus have, like, if I'm not mistaken, he had 12 apostles? I think Jesus had 12 apostles. I could be wrong. Because when I did my reaction a while back for this, yo, oh, how you doing, family? When I did my reaction a while back for this chapter, I didn't really think about the rhinestones. But I said that this is Shay's moment to learn the grace that God was trying to teach him in episode 145. And so I really do enjoy, if that is the case, that Brent, it could have been coincidence that he used 12 stones, maybe symbolizing 12 disciples of Jesus. Also going to show that Shay has to. This is more of a fight that's personalized for Shay. Yes, because of his vengeance, but also to show him that he needs to have grace. So I really like this door. It appears to be coming from this room. And then we have the symbol that I said earlier. It looks like a key coming down. And then it's symmetrical with the art right here from the top of the door to the bottom. Yeah, that's fire. That's hitting. That's hitting. Okay, I'm still a little lost, but I'm understanding correctly. It can make his body durable enough to withstand the strain slash stress it might put on him, but that's it. It becomes about skill after that, yeah, basically. What the talent could do at base was good. Yeah, he could basically just use the talent at base, but he wouldn't really be able to reinforce it for anything. And it'll probably just make the talent look stronger because he's not being damaged, but that's all because of the reinforcement of his body from the chi of the ether. So think of like the very first high we see with Tevin. He may be able to upgrade it over periods of time, but he wouldn't be able to use chi like Tevin does to upgrade it basically instantly and reinforce that ability. He does, and I think he smelled it but didn't say anything. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? It'd be like that. It may be one object or several, perhaps the entire room itself. So the Cyclops, so we know that chi sensor could be as specific as telling us how old someone is. But the Cyclops seal is so powerful that any details can't be found from the chi that's leaking out. Cursed chi is deceptive. We can burn the very stone of this building to the ground. But if we do this, we may never know the secret it holds. Proceed with caution. Making him be careful, okay. Basically telling him, think before you act. Oh, the checkerboard flow? Okay. We got duality. As I suspected, foul in the atmosphere of this place. There is a wicked presence here. I love how the room is surrounded in darkness, but Shay's entrance has that same golden hue that we see around dead people. And like I said in my review, if you've seen my review that I did a couple days ago, I said that hue represents prayer. So this kind of represents Shay's holy purpose in this moment in grace. However, it contrasts with the look of Shay's face, which is anger. And then we have the checkerboard floor also reflecting that as well. So it triple meaning. Fire panel work, fire imagery is hitting. Yes, yeah, man, that's how it works. That floor had me thinking a god tip was gonna fight there. Facts. That would have been fire. I really like the mismatched pillars. Like they're not all the same size. Some reach the height of the ceiling, some doesn't. But if you look close, the key symbol is present throughout the entire architecture of this wall. Same like we see outside. And like we see on the door. So it's consistent. So you can almost say like this is kind of like that key symbol. It's kind of like the symbol of the Ashiti family, or what they represent, which is the key to the history of Kimios, or the key to the recording of the history of Kimios. Yeah, she is no Kimio, only a human soul. So yeah, he was just basically saying she's not a Kimio. Rajani is just a regular human. And then we got Rajani, you know what I'm saying? She put, you know what I'm saying? She pulled a real set. I'm in love. Okay? I'm in love. Okay? She pulled a real thing. Nigga, the nose ring connected to the ear ring. My backbone connected to my heart bone. Hey, I'm in love, bro. Oh wow. So I never noticed the entrance shuts by itself automatically. To your left, my lord. And he looks over. And that makes him notice the Cyclops seal. And this is where we get the Cyclops seal stuff. That is the source of my disgust. Cyclops seal. It's a cursed ritual seal created to weaken ancient talents. A growing dark cloud will eventually block my ability to communicate with you. The longer we stay in its proximity, the harder it will be for you to discern my voice or use my power. Now, this is something I'm not gonna really include in the review because obviously no spoilers. But what this seal kind of reminded me of, like in regards to when it was created, it'll make, hey man, it be like that, man. Once I'm in love, man. Sorry, Miss Jackson. I'm just saying. But it'll make sense if we look at episode 156 that this curse seal was the reason why it took Seth and Azura so long to stop the king that was conquering everything, because I think they said it took them a few months with the power that they had, which is antimatter. There shouldn't be nothing in this world that should be able to stop your ability if you have antimatter. But if you have something like a Cyclops seal that makes the ability weaker, then the same plan that they had to subdue them in that small amount of time would make it take longer. So I think this is something that pales from before Ilios, Thanatos, Kade-E, and Okinos came into their role as the Great Four, but more of something that was during or created during the time of Seth and Azure. And I think I'm going to bring that up during that review and kind of go into more details on it with that. But that's kind of how I thought about the Cyclops seal after some time. Hundreds of years ago, these seals were used to ambush King David. We lost many men that day. I should have recognized it. I thought the ritual was lost to time. And if I'm not mistaken, David predates Mahalel's getting a physical form. And we don't know when exactly Azure and Seth was born. But if we're giving them the moniker of the first man, like Adam and Eve, probably one of the first people who was here. So this being associated with King David would make sense because it would mean that it could be still used in that time frame for that king in a later time, but it predates Ilios as well, which kind of matches up with the timeline for the series. So if it's around that King David, Seth and Azure time frame, and this is one of the things they was using to combat Kimio abilities and talents, I think that'd be pretty fine. I think that'd be good for the Cyclops seal. Um, but I do think that we need to get more curse-like objects, and we need to actually see a curse ritual take place. Because every curse we see in the ordeal is already cursed. We never seen something become a curse. The closest thing we seen to something becoming a curse is Andrea getting taken over by Nora Giddy. The only reason I'm not using her government name because, you know what I'm saying, she wasn't accepting that name at the time. If this woman is a collective of artifacts, she will have worse things in this room than this. She intends to make a stand against you here, which means there's other cursed objects that has more than just restrictive capabilities. We need to see them. We need to see those cursed objects. I know you can sense my precautionary measures. Forgive me, but I did not believe this would be a peaceful visit. I'm almost relieved I was the first one chosen. Will you hunt us all? All my comrades who made the same choice as I? I implore you to hear our reasoning first. Rajani Barrett, heir to the Ishiti family. You owe the country penance. Oak passed down talent should be more consistently stronger than random new talent, but it's all based on achievement and user skill. Oh yeah, she got up looking real thick. You know what I'm saying? I'm in love. You know what I'm saying? Got the armband to match the earrings to complement the dress. And I think one thing I would love to see what happened to Nuri Giddy or Zahara physically when she decided to change her name. And that change that transformed her from a holy weapon, something that was ordained for God's chosen Kimio, to a cursed weapon. The outright kills from strong. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You slayed thousands during Thanatos Rising. Do you deny it? Bro, Shay, you killed hundreds of people in Japan, approximately. In Japan, you killed a lot of people, gang. Well, what if they want penance? You owe Japan a debt, Shay. And the oversight, yet the lives lost pale in comparison to the lives I hope to save, and not in the not so distant future. Meaning Thanatos' plans are about to become a lot more destructive, and so the nukes he's been threatening everybody with is going to be launched next season. We're going to have multiple nuclear holocausts. And oversight, is that what you call it? Jay, I fear far too many sources of chi here, more than just the seals. He's up to something. And so he's now sensing Widow's Night. So she had other contingency plans? Because he said sources. Far too many sources of chi here. Meaning we have Widow's Night, but there's other items in this area that should be affecting her, but we don't see it. And they don't really do too. And I don't. And that's kind of one of the things I think Brent should work on. Don't give us like wording like that when we don't see something reflective of that. If he would have said it's another source of chi rather than sources of chi outside the Cyclops seal, then we could have concluded that it was the Widow's Night leaking from the necklace. But sources would indicate that she has more than just the Cyclops seal plan as a contingency. Ooh, that's a good idea. I wonder if her chi color changed or if it was purple the whole time. Exactly. It'd make more sense if it was corroded. Like if it had a golden hue. Like how we see with the way the weapon looks once Shay said the cursed skin. And then we watch it corrode to the purple. Does it only be in the daggers and Widow's Night? Okay, so we can say sources, but that's, would you think that kind of warrants too many sources? I feel far too many sources of chi here. Like it's kind of playing semantic wording. I think in this case, where it's kind of like the only thing that really affects him is the dagger, the Widow's Night curse, and the Cyclops seal. All three things he could see eventually during this fight. We don't need far too many. He could have just said multiple sources. Because that would kind of entail that she has a lot more contingency plans besides the seal and those daggers and Widow's Night. Like she's just out here like Batman with the cursed objects or with the talent objects. You are correct, Lord Hart. I chose the lives of my family over the lives of my nation. Am I a villain for choosing to save my own? Tell me then, whose life will you save? For centuries, my family has survived horrors. We deserve to be here. Many have no clue of their purpose, but we do. We are the collectors of this world's history. You claim to be one of us, yet you do not consider our lives only that of humanity, which, if left unchecked, will erase us from history. But the whole thing about that is you killed Kimio only. You didn't kill no humans in that explosion. That's why I expect more things from her. See, it's the dialogue conflicting with the art. Major problem. But she didn't kill any humans there. She killed all Kimios, bro. All Kimios were stationed in that stadium. From the workers to the regular people. Unless you want to say Joanne. It was more Kimios than humans. So you killed more of your kind than the kind that you wanted to defend your kind against. And then he said, erase us from history. That sounds like fear. Like the same. It sounds like Val is just uses fear tactics to get these people over to his side. Little Val wants us where your allegiance truly lie. That's you'll never consider my bloodline. Shade. Get ready. There's a third chief. So, nigga, you said. Hold on, bro. Let me get some more. Nigga said far too many. He said it's a third one. Nigga, that's not far too many, gang. That's 3, bro. Like, oh yeah, we got, man, this is crazy writing. Only his blood can wound you, and now that I see in your eye for myself, I believe it. Okay, now I don't like that statement. Only his blood can wound you. Jose Dead Star wounded this nigga. This nigga has multiple scars from lacerations across his body, but only Val's dagger can wound him. Val is taking a big play at Thanatos' book, which is providing only the necessary information before pulling the rug from up under the people working for him. The only way forward for those I love is your death, Lord Heart. And that kind of makes her more relatable. I kind of, now that I'm kind of going through it, I'm liking Rajani a little bit more. Until she started doing the stuff, the freaky man, freaky girl stuff. Do you even know why Kimio history exists? Why our tales are told in their purest form, no matter how horrendous? Because my family bled to record it. And it makes it a lot more understandable. Like, Rajani is one of those people, her reason for doing so isn't actually selfish. It may sound selfish, but she's not doing it to keep herself alive. She did it because Val was going to kill the entirety of her family, which means all the sacrifice, betrayal, and whatever underhanded and even humane tactics that the Ishiti pulled, but it all came to an abrupt end because she chose not to help him. Which means, like I said earlier in the stream, that Baal is causing the same pain that Verdun Dual soldiers caused him over multiple generations of Kimios. And we see that with Rajani, and that fear is what caused her to make that decision. So it was in order to save the history and her family so they can continue to record history for the Kimios in case things go awry with humans again, as this was the only time in this and when the Damos brothers was in power are the only 2 times where Kimio and humans was able to coexist. So she's praying, values her fear of the worst possible future to control her present and affect her future. Fire. We endured torture when kings found our writings. Damn. Boy, they was on some berserk shit. They pulled the Griffith. Had the Ishiti members tied up in the basement. Give me your secrets. Your name is Toby. Shitty. I'm just saying, bro. We endured tortures when kings found our writings, not in their favor, yet we refuse to proclaim anything other than the truth. You think I hide my own sins? The world would know what I have done, and Kimios will scorn my action, but in their hearts, they will be grateful for my choice, for I put them first. Okay, I like that. I like that. Hey, fucking yo. Hey, man, I be chilling, man. Hey, man. Anything you use cannot be used against me in the court of reviews. In the court of reviews, it cannot be used against me, bro. I'm just saying, bro. Can't be used against me. Yeah. One thing I can say is, at first when I read this dialogue, I didn't agree with it. I actually agree with it a lot more, given the historical implications, especially after the last chapter. I think this was hearing about the history of Kimio after being shown the history of Kimio through, because this, but technically both of these chapters are Thanatos allegiance based chapters, and but to see that aspect of Kimio history being shown to us and then being told to us through two different chapters, two different Kimios, peak storytelling. This is what we mean by show, not tell, but also fucking tell us. I'm just saying, we want you to tell us, but we want you to show us. We want you to make showing us your main prerogative, but we need that explanation to be just as important. So I like this line a lot. We survived for years without even an acknowledgement for our turmoils, for our toils. Lord Heart, I know you would never forgive my deeds, but I did what I had to. I am sorry, but I do not have faith in K.O.D.E winning this war. Kind of going to show this is one of the things that she said that Shay actually agrees with, because he doesn't have faith in K.O.D.E, especially after the death of Lewis. Which also, when he pulled up to Lewis' last moments, he seen his sister there, which means K.O.D.E still put his sister in danger after promising him that he would keep them as far away with the conflict as he possibly can. Ross didn't lie to Shay, because Ross can't control everything. Lord Hart, I will never forgive my deeds. I know you will never forgive my deeds, but I did what I had to. I'm sorry, but I do not have faith in K.O.D.E winning this war. Thanatos will have his victory, and I will ensure the Shiti family remains to record this world's progress. Meaning she doesn't align with Thanatos whatsoever. If we break down that dialogue, she aligns with them for her family, yes. But in her hearts of hearts, she's aligning with him due to her own personal powerlessness rather than her own personal beliefs. And I think that's really telling for her character, where she's willing to throw everything away when getting taken over by Widow's Knight in order to protect not Thanatos, not Veil's army, but the history that her family has sacrificed to maintain, so that way Kimios can know their past. That's fire. That's fire. I can't lie. I really enjoy that. So I don't know if I'm behind chat, but yeah. What's y'all thoughts on Rajani so far? This my super stale. Hold on, give me a second. Y'all time. Make sure. Bop, boop, bop. I know most people don't really like Rajani like that. And at first, I felt that I still kind of feel that Shay losing his arm to his opponent wasn't a good choice. But maybe I'll change my mind as the chapters goes on, as I do the reviews, and maybe I'll see something that I didn't when I was doing my reactions. Let me see. So what we're gonna do? I'm about to power through this review. Not power through the review. I'm about to power through this chapter, and then we're gonna go to the open discussion portion, and then I'm gonna start calling people randomly on Discord. If you would not value my life, I will see to it myself. I know what you came here to do. You carry the flames of judgment without mercy. Sentence me and let us begin our battle. And we see Shay is disappointed. And he's not disappointed with Rajani's reasoning. He actually, with this showing on his lips, it shows that he's disappointed in I'm trying to fix my style real quick. Y'all feel y'all, man? He's disappointed in her preconceived notions that he's not there. Because he wasn't. Yes, he's there for judgment, of course, but it's more like he's there for answers. I like how she's supporting for shape for sure. But he's disappointed that the conversation is basically over, that he's not really able to talk to her anymore. Rajani Barat. Turn yourself in, confront those you have wronged, and seek justice. And this was him trying to give her mercy. When I first said it, I said it was grace, but he didn't have the. This wasn't the moment for him to give grace. This was him trying to give her mercy. Because yes, he can beat her. Yes, this wouldn't be a problem. But he's not in a state where he has complete dominion over her right now. And grace is when you have complete power over somebody and they don't deserve forgiveness, but you give it to them anyway, which is what he did at the end of this fight. So this point was mercy, him trying to provide mercy, and you see the regret and the sadness that he has on his face from the decision that she made. And I vow to not harm, and I vow to you, I will not harm even a hair on your head. See, mercy. Mercy. And that makes her starts crying. I come to consider something my master tried to teach me. Tried in earnest to teach me. Grace. Now, you can either say, A, this master is Leo, or B, which would fit the Ronin aesthetic from episode 146, that his master is God. And that's why he doesn't have a master on this mortal plane anymore, because the master is God. He's only answering to God. Which gives him The reason on why he moves the way he moves. Wouldn't the Willow's night talent be weakened from the Cyclops Silver's will? It seems that based on the activation, she can it affects everyone but the person who activates it, because she doesn't seem like she's restricted in any capacity. Like based on the dialogue, it seems like she's not restricted whatsoever. Well, I like this. Michelle activating the talent, but we see the flames actually exuding from his eye as well, right here. That's a fire thing right there. So yeah, in this situation, it says grace, but it's more of mercy. It is no effort for me to slaughter you, but I offer instead a merciful end. Yeah, see, mercy. They will undoubtedly sentence you to death. If you accept it, it will be a peaceful end. To refuse this is to accept my blade. What will it be? So die by their hands or die by mine? Grace, huh? I thought you wouldn't consider what I have done is not even worthy of mercy. Meaning, the preconceived notions that Val has about Shay is wrong, and you guys are just being manipulated. I did not expect kindness from you, but it would not change what we all know. You would not defeat him. Thanatos will have his way in our generation. I cannot turn myself in and leave my family in his hands. Which means the Shiti family supports Thanatos because he supports Kimios. Bite with this bite, yeah, it's a sex appeal thing, but this bite is showing that she's conflicted. Especially after hearing Shay speak to her. But there's another way we can avoid bloodshed. Mary, I'm in love. Hold on. I'm in love, man. And Shorty chucking her say, hey man, she may be a freak. Maybe a freak, man. And the Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. Miss Parker. Miss Parker. Hey man. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's hitting. It's hitting, bro. It's hitting, bro. Ain't gonna cap with you. Let me see. I've saved myself for a time like this. Lord, take me as your own, drawing yourself to my family, and I will belong to you. With our wealth and your combined power, we will write a history in our descendants' favor. That shit in the hearts. And now, yo, hold on, can we get some love in the chat for Vice Commander Nexus? Hey man, you know what I'm saying? Nexus. He the one who made he's the person who sings the intro. You feel me? That captain of the vessel, I'm the one that's gotta steer it. That's Nexus, man. Y'all go ahead, go peep Mo Fluid. MOHFLU. You feel me? Supposed to be snapping. Nara in the Sahara. Nara, boy, you need something. That brother starving. That brother starving. Just saying, King. Just saying. Just saying. After Thanatos creates his new world, you and I will sit at the top of it together. Now, this I love. Why do I love this? It's because now that she has a light, we see her true intentions. She's not trying to record history in its earnest. She's recording history in its earnest because that's the only power the Yashiti family have, right? They was basically powerless in regards to political power throughout history. They couldn't really make any real change. But once you see the light at the end of the tunnel, where it's a chance her family doesn't have to die, and they can continue to record history, she's using her history to manipulate events to give her family a better standing. That's why she said the Heart Clan and the Ishiti. The Heart Clan been prominent, gang. We don't need you. We don't need the Ishiti for that. And so, just like she's trying to manipulate history, she's trying to manipulate Shay, which is a double meaning in that line, which is one thing that I love about this chapter. I may have a little bit more to say about this chapter than I thought. And I hope it's not a 20-minute video. If it's a 20-minute, okay, I'm going to ask y'all now. Would y'all be mad if this video is probably as long as the other ones? But because I'm dropping 2, y'all will have to wait. Probably like a day or 2 more. For the review to come out for 148. But when I do it, I want to make sure I do it justice. I want to make sure I do it justice. It with our wealth and power combined. Meaning she already had the wealth, she just had no actual power. She had enough resources for her to get into parliament, but not necessarily to be king of the world or commander of history, you feel me? Because even if she writes a history, if Shay had the power to make her writings true, she technically didn't lie. She just manipulated it. After Thanatos creates his new world, you and I would sit at the top of it together. She's already planning to usurp Thanatos in his own world, bro. Come on now. Do not throw away your life for a fool's hope of defeating Thanatos' army. Abandon your pursuit and join me, Lord Heart. I offer you my loyalty. Leave this all behind and run away with me. My family's wealth will secure you and your friend as long as you bow to him. You sound like you need to be with Hanjiro, Kenpachiro. And I love the hue of the purple coming off of Nodagiri, or off of Zahara. But when she's in Shay's hand, she becomes golden. Meaning, this was our hint. This was Brent giving us our hint. For the big moment with Shay in this fight, where Zahara actually gives Shay her ability, or access to her ability to use the curse killing flame, or well, I said curse killing, talent killing flame, was this hue right here. The purpleness, and purple being representative of verboten chi, meaning she allowed Shay to use her, but the curse still stands where she still doesn't believe that Shay is her purpose, which is why he can wield her but doesn't have access to her power. And we get that from the purple hue, and we know the hue is being affected by Zahara itself, showing the verboten chi, because it's in the hilt right here with the outline, and Shay's shadow is different, while Zahara's cursed chi is working as like energy, when energy is introduced into stagnant water, like a shadow, or a stagnant thing like a shadow, and it creates ripple effects when that energy gets introduced. So like if you have a body of water in a bowl, and I introduce kinetic energy into that still body of water by putting my finger into it, it would cause it to have ripples. Same thing. The ripples of Zahara's cursed chi is spreading throughout Shay's shadow to allow her to come through. Now and then, you do you. Do what you need to do. We can wait, hey man. As long as y'all feel that the content is worth the wait. All right, so he grabs it. One thing I like about this I could see the inspiration in Naruto that Brent has, because I use this example all the time. Kishimoto, he don't just have a ninja throw a kunai. He has the entire sequence of from them opening up the holster, grabbing the kunai, prepping to launch the kunai, and then throwing the kunai. The kunai travels, and so I always like when Brent does little panels like this, whether it's him showing they're shifting their body weight by showing their feet sliding, or him showing that Nuragiri is being grabbed from the shadow from a certain point, by him showing Shay grab the shadow at a certain point of the hilt of Nuragiri. Just going to show, like, even if it's not action, we still got pretty good choreography. For Johnny Barrett, and he puts on the helmet. My sister nearly died in the bombing. I said in my reaction that this has kind of like, this symbolizes Shay's wrath, but also Shay's mercy as well. The black hole in his eyes being the wrath, and the yellow hole being mercy. I see. And then she holds the vial, and I hope you will understand as well. I cannot put my faith in the losing side for the sake of my family. And she crushes it. I reject your offer, Lord Hart. And then we see Widow's Night tendrils completely envelop her. And one thing I do love that Brent decided to do, he has the Verboten, like I said, being marked with the purple, but the aspect of the parasitic nature of the cursed talents are different. Where Nora Giddy slash Zahara, when she was cursed, she created scales on the Kimio to and change the pigmentation of their hair and their mouths to show that she is taking over that Kimio. And as she's taking over them more, they become more monstrous, since the soul and the talent is not in sync anymore and is working against each other. Not gonna lie, I just came back. You good, bro? You good? The line down his helmet reminds you of tears. So let me see. Cause you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I do see it. Okay. Okay. Dub Sandman. Dub Sandman. I hope you understand, and you understand as well. I cannot put my faith in the loser side for the sake of my family. Now this was more like tendrils. We want to show a different type of parasitic nature. Yeah, this is fire. This is the Verboten, my lord, the power of the Ishiti family. Now, I kind of want to talk about this a little bit, because this is technically her becoming a Kimio in this moment. And if we were to take Shay during his initial Kimio activation versus Rajani's initial Kimio activation, he's definitely a lot stronger than Shay, but that's because Elios was working to sync with Shay the strength that Shay currently had at his body, in his body. While the talent is disregarding the host completely, and completely taking over it and acting on its nature alone, which is only to consume. And then we get that same thing with Zahara. However, because Zahara has a purpose for the body, it is basically taking over it slower and safer than what the Widow's Knight does. He was nerfed. Talk about Shay? Yeah, he's hella nerfed in this fight, man. He nerfed, and he deliberately chose not to use his talent. A human in possession of cursed chi, it appears she was able to secure her family's talent separately from her body. So initial talent activation from someone with cursed chi is a lot stronger than someone initial activation with a talent. Because technically, if we look at the eyes of Beastgaki and his chi, he exudes cursed chi for his chi. He even has his form called Forbidden, Duzo Clan's Forbidden Shift, going to show that it's a forbidden form or a cursed form of the Oduzo clan specifically. Meaning, however, unlike the other curses, his curse may be something that he controls. And so when Jose said we might have someone who's able to who's able to control you, Nuragiri, Jose may have been talking about Oduzo clan Gaki because he's the only one who exudes the same similar Bobo and Chi. A human in possession of cursed chi, it appears she was able to secure her family's talent separately from her body. By doing so, she was free of its curse as long as she did not release it. Huh. Yeah, the vow. As she did not release it. The building masked the scent of it doubtlessly. It will mask the scent of your Thanatos chi as well. Meaning he can go all out here and release his chi. Meaning nobody can actually see where he is. And Andrea, when she finds him later, is because he was where he put the cloak at. That's why she couldn't pinpoint his exact location, because Cyclops still is masking all chi signature local. You trust more of his color? That's more of his color than it being cursed? Amen. I'll be cool with that because Roberto's his is orange. But that's just his color. But I wouldn't see anybody being able to reveal a cursed object besides unless they was cursed. Okay, with the Cyclops seals in effect, it would be in the event of a battle, she plans to isolate you, not just from the outside world, but from me as well. With the Cyclops seals in effect, it will be difficult for me to aid you with fire. She would try to kill you, my lord. Okay, so the title has a double meaning. The title is a double entendre title again. Brent and these double meaning titles, gang. Brent just loves his double meaning titles and making his damn title breakdown section long as fuck. I thought they was pink. I thought Levi Tiles was pink. Oh yeah, they have to the mind and body can't submit to Zahara and have to have a chi limit bigger than hers. She'll be like around page 5, page 6. Nope, 7. That is the drawing section. Well, I really got Ordeal memorized. You're right, they purple. Maybe it looks pink to me because of the hue. Okay, they could be just this color. Yeah, they look pinkish right here. That's because of the light. Okay, so they purple right here. Kind of inconsistent. Okay, I see it right here. Like purple. Yep, see right here. Yep. It's like a neon purple. Yep. I see it, King. I see. Hold on. This environment. This shot is hitting. Advanced technology. Holograms. Room secure. Room secure. All outside comms have been terminated. The meeting will commence. And this is right after Anton leaves in 146. Same room. Because he was just standing outside the room, and then Ross enters the room. K.O.D.E headquarters, Tokyo, Japan. Let us begin. First chairman, Ross. Chupacabra, folks. Quite the sudden meeting. You called, Chairman. We were not even briefed on its contents. I assume it is of urgent concern. Before we begin, I just received intel that Lord Shayhart's location has been identified. Yeah, he took off the cloak. He has been quiet for 1 month, but removed the elder mantle a few minutes ago. His location has since gone silent. We assume he donned the mantle again. He is still situated on Trinidad with no further incidents. Okay. Good work, Trooper. Oh, Galliard. Yeah. Good work, Galliard. Yeah. Thank you all for attending today's meeting. There are 2 pressing matters I must bring before the council. I have excused Master King. Firstly, with regards to Lord Shayhart, further information regarding his recent action has been brought to my attention. There have been a few rats under our noses who have eluded me for some time. A few rats. So that would mean that there's more than just Handra. Let's assume that Shay got the mantle back after he woke up. When the last person I have found him, and if would she kill Cat? Could you elaborate? What do you mean? Are you saying that Uni would still found him? Oh, bro, Uni was not going over there just off what Shay told her. Uni is following orders, even if her people is dying. She's following orders, even if her people is dying. If you're asking, shouldn't Uni be able to find Shay where he is? At this current point in time, no. And the reason I say that is because not only Kagaya is hiding them with saying he's masking them with his talent, meaning they're inside of another dimension, meaning he has another aspect to that green mask that we don't know about. But also, I'm pretty sure Leo's brother, can't think of his name right now, but I'm pretty sure that he has some sort of technology that masks his presence as well, or masks his location. And would she kill Kagaya? No. Gonna listen if Shay says he's listening, she's gonna sit back and listen. Kagaya is not stopping shit. Kagaya is not who she wants to be. Yeah, it'll help, but if she sees that Kagaya is basically acting and protecting the last pillar after he was comatose, it would be against her character to attack Kagaya. I gotta make sure Gotti is all my vice humanity. Definitely gotta be mods. Just to make sure, you feel me? Huh? Why is it saying your messages retract, Sandman? Didn't that his brother said that when Thanatos soldiers came that he maxed the location with his talent? There have been a few rats under our nose who have eluded me for some time. Lord Hard strike at our moon was no accident. I like that. Ross really stressing. The moon-based Kevin Morales once guarded has been left unscathed. However, the private research facility situated on the dark side of the moon was destroyed based on the pattern of the attack. It was the target. Meaning where everybody was cool, but where all the information is stored that Baal and Thanatos was getting from the moon, since all the information is stored up there, was destroyed. Alright, let me go see. Let's check, family. I don't really care about being wrong, but it's more one of those things I need to know because that kind of reconceptualize some things. I have opened this egregious chapter. Like a small but she knows his look. She only knew what he was initially. You eliminate Mr. Rajani, then collapse from overuse of your power. We've been monitoring your recovery. You under the watchful eye of the gentleman here. Keith. Okay, okay. He led them away and bound his talent. Meaning he can't run away. Okay. I'm Datis. I'm not this man Nexus. You got it. You got it, gang. I still love the shot. This is one of my favorite shots in the ordeal. Like Brent really did each individual diamond, added the shading for the lighting, for the dark side to the light side, and the light beam hitting from over here, refracting off that different angles. Yeah, bro, this is hitting. Location: moon base. Current state: repair. The research facility funded by allies of K.O.D.E has been profiting off K.O.D.E's confidential files for years. They've been selling our research. Now we know why Thanatos has been steps ahead of us. Amidst the chaos of Lord Heart's attack, their actions were revealed and subsequently stopped. Good Lord, we found him. This nigga looks surprised. Why is he doesn't even have a full face? Why does he look surprised? Well, look at that. K.O.D.E at more than one mode. Does this mean K.O.D.E is finally back in the fight, that we regain our veil of secrecy? He gets silent. Maybe. So, Marino. However, the reality of this revelation may pose a setback for our credibility. Information received from a distant location such as the moon takes time to travel. Our allies grow increasingly uneasy at the idea of further research being intercepted. Hmm. Yeah, they're losing more and more allies. In other words, we have indeed bolstered the security of our key intel at the cost of our allies' confidence. We should proceed with Plan Armageddon. Comrades, I do not understand the gloom that weighs upon this room. This is astoundingly positive news. Redirecting. Redirecting. This man's a demon, bro. This man is a demon, bro. This man really just tried to redirect the whole conversation, bro. He really just tried to read that. This man Hanjiro tried to redirect the entirety of the conversation, bro. And did not succeed. And did not succeed. The modes of K.O.D.E have been found. This will boost the morale 1,000-fold. Yeah, bro, you ain't boosting no morale here, gang. Indeed, it may be an unseemly sight on our behalf, but I can assure you, my man and I will press forward knowing our actions are secure. There should be no further talks of modes. We must press the advantage. Agreed, then. But if y'all losing, and you see, this man political aptitude is 0. Ross said their allies are not trusting them. He said, "Oh well, y'all found the mode. Y'all destroyed the station, so it's not gonna affect you. We should just continue with the plan. So tell me what the plan is, bro. Why are you so thirsty, bro? You are a terrible, terrible spy. Indeed, it may be an unseemly sight and on our behalf, but I can assure you, my man and I will press forward. Let's press the advantage, basically. Agreed, then. It is settled. Chairman Ross, this can be the pivotal point of our assault on the armies of Thanatos Adamos. Your second topic to be raised, sir. Eric Edwards. A man I have grown fond of. A man with no feats. A man who got one-shotted, but has the ability to react to Thanatos' initial attack while the other pillars don't. The man with one arm. No. The man with no stomach. No. The man with no lung. No. The man with no heart. Eric Edwards. A man I have grown fond of. His work has done wonders for us. We mourn his death, but it is not without gain. And this is the device he had. He left us with his complete research. He concluded exactly how we will win this war. He had discovered how to defeat Thanatos, which is why we needed at least another fight with the pillars, so that way we can see the strategic and tactical aptitude of Eric. But nope. Hey, man. Bro, this is some bullshit. Let me not. It did it so naturally too. Hey man, hey man, y'all don't want me to start cooking people in them reviews, man. Y'all don't want me to start cooking them. I've read every possible path to lead to victory. He left us. Only I know the contents of his findings. But, and then he activates his seal, the septagram, octagram, papagram seal, Instagram seal. Let me see. Before we discuss them, I'm getting cooked by technology again. Please, tech. Why can't we be friends? Oh, I always love this design. Shout out Karma, man, and Boruto. You know what I'm saying? People don't like Boruto, but you know what I'm saying? Brent knows what's popping, man. I know Karma what I see him, man. That Karma is for tutu. And then we get a different seal. to restrict movement, rather than the ordained judgment, which is the stronger seal. So Brent decides to show us heavenly heptagon. I like that Brent showed us the seals, a different seal, but he started with the strongest one, giving us a more unique way. Oh, does that look like the flower? Am I tripping? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow, so this seal represents that very middle portion of his arm, the flower. And we see that flower representation right here with that very middle circle. And if you don't like pay attention to it, you will miss it. See, my niece is crying. Hold on. Oh wow, I've been muted this time. Hey man, if you know me, man, the bodega be real, man. But no worries. Let me go through it again. That's not an issue. All right. So now, his niece is crying. Of course. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? She's at my door crying. Couldn't let her in. Okay. So look, if we take a look at both images, look at the very most inner circle right here. It's represented by this flower right here. It even has, if you look at the design, we see those same circles inside the most inner flower on his arm. But when we look at the entirety of the tattoo, we have different dots placed around the tattoo. And if we take a look or take into consideration the formation that they have to be in when they do the sacrifice for ordained judgment, the entirety of the tattoo represents his strongest seal, while this one represents. Oh, hold on, wait, you can't hear me? Wait. Wait. Let me make sure. Maybe I fucked something up. Knowing me, I probably fucked something up. All right, you said you can't hear me. Bing bop booty bop bing bop boo bop boo bop bing bop beep. I bet y'all heard that gibberish. I bet you heard that motherfucking gibberish though. Yeah, smack your goddamn daddy. I bet you heard that. Yeah, teach a man how to squabble. I bet you heard that. Can y'all hear me? We good? We locked in? All right. So the inner flower represents the innermost, basically his weakest seal, because it uses the smallest portion of the tattoo, and we see that same flower being represented with this innermost circle. Same dots laid out around the flower in the tattoo that we see in this symbol, going to show that it's using the least amount of power of what did you call it? Heavily heptagon? Heavily hexagon Nara. Parallelogram. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. But him using the weakest seal, also the smallest portion of his tattoo, will reflect the weakest seal, but also reflects the love that he does have for Hanjiro in regards to his friendship with Hanjiro. Like, he doesn't really want to hurt Hanjiro, so he uses the weakest seal, but gives more credence to the scene we see later with Hanjiro easily breaking out of it, because it's not really a strong seal that he used on. He just wanted to restrict Hanjiro and talk to Hanjiro, in which it reflects what happens with Shay and Rajani, because Shay also wanted to speak with Rajani in this chapter and didn't use any balance. However, in this case, Rajani restricted Shay, which represents evil restricting good, and in this scene, good restricts evil, with Ross restricting Hanjiro before they talk, which is reflective of each scene. But just going to show that he didn't really want to hurt him. Activation of talents in this room is forbidden to Aldrich. What are you doing? Now, the Chupacabra needs to calm down. Okay? The Chupacabra needs to calm down, bro. I should have seen it. Hanjiro Hibi, you truly live up to the omen of your name. Hanjiro Hibi, two-faced steak. You couldn't change your government, my nigga? I don't like this. If I have any gripes, it would be literally this part of the chapter. I don't like that is his name. Like, yeah, you could have used the literal translation, you feel me? Or you could have gone the epithet right. You feel me? Like, two-headed, two-faced snake. Come on now. I think it's just too on the nose. You can kind of argue, you can say borderline lazy. However, one thing I can say about this, right? And I think we can all agree to this, that Brent hid it in plain sight. And I think we can appreciate that, because none of us actually called Hanjiro for being a traitor. Feel me? Let's get through with this chapter. I failed to find the mole as I looked only beneath this table when I should have looked above it. The fate of every Kimio soul on this planet was sealed to our vigilance, and you have egregiously betrayed that sacred trust. Those that also betrayed us on the moon base had someone covering their tracks. Your loyalty was never bound to us, but to your own greed, wasn't it? You are K.O.D.E's true traitor. Chapter ends. Yep, and then even with the chapter ending, if we look at the last two images he shows, it's It's the betrayal with the moon base, reflecting their conversation, and Shay, reflecting uh Rajani and Shay's conflict as well. Kind of giving it basically a double meaning. So yeah, definitely dub chapter. You feel me? I got some things I want to talk about in this review. You feel me? I'm gonna be a lot more organized in my thoughts in this live stream, obviously. But I do have to use the bathroom. I've been holding my piss for probably like the past like hour and a half. I'll be in the chat with y'all for like the next like. Finish. Hold on. All right. Let me see. Now the chapter done. So how do y'all want to do it? I don't know why I didn't just say that. But okay, so how y'all want to do it? Either I can get y'all because we kind of already had over discussion technically. So either I can get everybody in, and I'll just link my Discord. Y'all just join that way, or I can talk to y'all one-on-one. Either one's fine. But I know for a fact I'm probably not gonna start on anything until tomorrow. So how y'all want to do it? Matter of fact, I don't know why I'm giving y'all a choice like this. Like this is a democracy. Give me a second. Let me send out my Discord link. Because I usually just use mine to let people know when a video drop. So I'll usually be in my private VC. Because I'm usually just like working on videos. All right. Yeah, one-on-one. All right, bet. Appreciate you, Jay. My man's kicked it in pretty much the entire time. So what we can do is the stream. No, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Me try. You feel me? Been a while since I stream consistently, but you know what I'm saying? Me try. You feel me? So just click the link. I'll give y'all the perm. What room am I in? I'm in the room with my technology folding me. That's my current room. Can't cap with you. Tech folding me. I'm getting cooked. Give me a second here. Wow. I'm probably gonna be in Kimio stage, Nexus. You know, ruck mode is for literally ruck mode, gang. You know what I'm saying? You know how we rock with that. So I'm gonna be in probably Kimio stage. It's the locked one that we did for the season review. So I'm gonna have them join Smoker's Corner, and then since they want me to pull them in one-on-one, then I'll pull them in one-on-one. All right. So let me see if we got any new space cadets. Cause I gotta get y'all permission to join Smoker's Corner. Y'all can't just up and hop in VC in this motherfucker. Nigga need permission. You feel me? I need to go tell mommy. Ask mommy if niggas could come over to play. 707. The Ram? The Ram is a crazy ass name, gang. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. My man's got a truck. Okay, Tech is folding me again. Rose. Smoker. Kimio. Space Cadet. We got big claps coming in this motherfucker. Shout out claps, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You can't see me claps, but I'm saluting you, Space Cadet. Welcome aboard. You know what I'm saying? Going to different galaxies together, you know what I'm saying? Different realities, you feel me? Discussing different anime, you feel me? Welcome. I can only say welcome once I actually I'll give you the role so you can get in this motherfucker. Kimio, Smoker. If I can't get folded, I'm getting folded. I'm getting cooked right now, bro. Breath, breath. All right. So if you want to be in the discussion, join Smokers Corner. Damn, y'all pulled up quick as hell. Hold on, G. My back, my neck and my back. My technology stop following me. I'll be joining some type of room. And yo, send that motherfucker streaming too. All right, so unfortunately, I don't have that Kimio channel. I must delete it at some point to make room for something else. So, in spirit, I'm gonna be going to my. Let's see. I know how to do this just to make this shit easier because this tech shit kind of making me mad now. Sleeper's Corner, edit channel. Private channel. All right. So now, if you wanna all right. So that's a private channel. All right. So anybody want to be in? Join Smokers Corner. The person I see here right now is Nexus. So we gonna pull in Vice Commander, even though he could join on his own, but just in spirit. If I stop getting folded by technology. Okay, now technology is not folding me anymore. Now, huh? No. My computer just slowing down because I don't use OBS, so it's not optimized for OBS. It's only optimized for Streamlabs
How I get a sleeping?
because I pulled you in Sleeping Corner. I made Sleeping Corner private.
Oh, sleeping for the private too?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I was a smokers. It was some nigga in smokers, I think.
That's crazy. Oh, yeah, he was waiting to get put in. That's all.
I
Uh,
didn't even know sleeping for was private.
oh yeah, you gotta have roles to get anywhere. USB pop up. It's weird that it's not showing.
So you gonna pull him in here?
Um, that music is crazy. Yeah. I'm pulling my hair. Um, so what would you like to talk about in regards to ordeal, family? We in the open discussion portion.
Well, one of the things I like is that even though I think that some of the story took a hit, excuse me, some of the story took a hit plot wise in season 3, I still like the character development of Shay in all 3 seasons. I think Shay is one of the most interesting MCs I've seen in a long time. Like the growth of Shay and just like where he is and his state of mind and then how he came back from being brain dead and all of that stuff. It's just like I think that
Give me a
season
moment.
3 is
What the fuck
what's
you
up,
need
Marty?
for?
I'm currently getting folded by technology.
I think they
Oh, why y'all doing
season
this?
two.
I'm still streaming. It's
What you
open
say?
discussion portion. I was just pulling people in here one on one. That's why I'm not in rec mode.
Oh, okay. I was showing like, what in
Mhm.
the hell?
You know,
No,
nigga.
I ain't even know that shit. Like sleeping corner was private. I never knew that.
Oh yeah, yeah, nigga. Now y'all know, nigga. We put sleeping niggas when niggas go to sleep in this bitch. We move you to this motherfucker. This is the first time it's actually been used for something that's other than people going to sleep.
No, for
You said you
sure.
still streaming?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, we at the open discussion portion. But now you were
Yeah,
saying
but
Nexus?
I was saying that I think that the character development of Shay, even in season three, is just good. It's good. It's showing me how he reacts to certain stimuli. So like in the first season, most of the negative stimuli came from losing Leo and the revenge in his heart for wanting to get back at Rocast. And
Mm,
then the second stimuli that was negative in his life, where it came from losing Bjorn, but he also found out some things about himself and his lineage, and
yeah.
he kind of reacted in a different way to that as well, in a more positive way, I would think. And in this season, his feelings for Andrea and his wanting to protect the clan and the wolf pack, and him trying to take more of a leadership role, even if he has to defect from Code. I think, to me, even though, like I said, season three is probably the weakest season,
Mm,
but it's a stronger season for Shay, and if you isolate him and his character development, because he you can see him trying to take on different roles based off the stimuli from last season and then the new situations that he's dealing with in this season, and I really appreciate that because you just really don't get a good MC like Shay. Like well, at least I haven't seen one in a while. I would say.
okay, so now I would ask you, do you feel that us understanding Shay takes away from us understanding the other characters because there's only so much screen time? I'm just here to play devil's advocate.
Oh yeah, if we are playing devil's advocate, I can do that myself because I can say that some of this new stimuli that Shay gets introduced to, and these new situations that he gets introduced to, it kind of sidelines Tevin and Anton. You don't really see anything. Luis got a big moment, but he died, so he had to get that moment.
Hmm.
But I think that it does do that. It actually takes away from Tevin because Tevin, I really like Tevin as a character, and I just don't get anything from him in this season. It's just like, is he there? Like we're looking for Tevin, APB out for Tevin, trying to find him. Like I don't see him. Anton was like novelty in this season. He's just thrown in certain situations just because of the position that he got. And they would just throw him in scenes to like randomly, like he didn't feel like he's a part of the story. And then, like I said, Tevin was just missing from the story. And I feel like Baby Sis could have got some more shine. She had a little fight and stuff that was cute, but I feel like she could have got some more shine. And we really still don't know Baby Sis as a person.
Yeah, we know traits about it, but we don't really know the people like that. I can see that. I can
Yeah,
definitely
like
see
when
that.
I say that, I mean like I can't even, if a situation happens, I don't know how she would think about it. Like I know how Shay would think about a certain situation if a situation happens because I kind of see his personality. I know how he thinks now, but I don't know how Baby Sis thinks. Like that's a shame.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can definitely agree with that. So how would you? What would you? How do you feel about the political state of or?
One thing, excuse me, one thing I do like about the politics and ordeals is most people who write, any type of whatever, and government is involved in it. Normally, the government is crooked, but I do like the aspect of how um, Abel is like he was like playing both sides. Like he was trying to infiltrate the government while also trying to like strike a deal with that. So I know that was more so last season, but uh, I like how Code is like. integrated in the government, but as its own separate thing. If that makes sense. That makes sense. Like you know what I'm saying when I say that.
Yeah.
It's like it's there, but it doesn't necessarily listen to the government like to the T. Like, but it's there and it works with the government sometimes. But it's like its own separate entity, and it has its own separate rules and kind of laws that they want people to follow if they're gonna deal with it. And in a sense, it makes me think that it's like a three-way split politically. Kind of, it's like you got the government, the regular government over Trinidad, and then you got Code, and then you got the Chemio themselves. They're like their own thing. Well, the bad ones are. They're like their own thing, and it's like a three-way struggle kind of for power. In my opinion, that's kind of just how I see it.
Yeah, it's a lot of individualized factions making a lot of decisions affecting people, and I enjoyed that because it kind of reflects the reality or the state of the world that we are currently in. I'm about to bring in the round because I want to give everybody about 5 minutes so that way they can get their shit off. But I'm gonna be bringing people in after the timer goes. You feel me? If other people.
Okay. But yeah, you should bring him in because I be at your live streams all the time. They need a chance to get their shit out.
I don't know. Hey, he wasn't in it when you was in it. My technology decided to work with me. Just like right now when I'm getting folded and it don't let me pull niggas in. But hey man, it be like that. Yo, Sam man, good fam? Man, I mean muted. You been waiting to get in. Still muted. You my hero.
Uh, yeah, he got. I don't know what this means, but if I go outside and look in the room, he got a red mic next to him. It's not the regular mute. Like Carter got the gray no mic, like the slash through the mic. The Ram got a red mic with like a caution sign on it.
uh, okay. Give me a second.
I mean, that nigga cooked.
Definitely mean that nigga cook, gay. I can't lie to you, gay. But hold up.
Like, bro, I don't know what it means, but I was like, man, red's never good.
That roll is third. Yeah, I can't make you. Man, let me see if I can make you a catalyst. Hey, yo, Ram, see if you can unmute right now. Ram can't unmute. It's crazy. Is it still red, Nexus?
Yeah, I'm monitoring it until I see some type of change.
How about now? Hey, you should be able to talk.
Yeah, well, let me refresh it because it still shows a red mic on my end. Yeah, his mic still look red.
My bad. One second. Try to come in. Now, I'm guessing maybe this nigga just having tech issues on his end. It can't be out. I'm blaming his end now. I mean, man was prepared but not prepared. Used to be my king saying, man, what happened? Hold on. I'm trying to see. I don't
Damn,
have
you said
permission to
what?
speak. I can't. Nope. Leave and come back. You should be able to join on your own.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Maybe the Ram he lived long enough to see himself become the villain.
Maybe he should have been He should have been like the Energizer Bunny, bro. He should have been built to last, Duralast. But hey man, be like that.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, what's Papa saying, man?
Yeah. So the only thing I really wanted to talk about for real was what's your opinion on Brent getting help to draw out the rest of the season or storyboard, the case may be, because only real issue I saw with the season is that he didn't have any help to do the shit that he wanted to do. It was really like he didn't have any time to do shit, so he was making little mistakes that just got worse over time. Like I think he just ran out of time or ways to
He ain't have
do
time.
shit.
Yeah,
Like he was doing everything on his own. He had no help.
I would say
I think he was doing everything but working on the story. I think his time management is what needed to be worked on. Taking the break to go work on the Street Fighter stuff and all the breaks we had, this, that, and the third. I believe if he would have just focused on the story, we could have got a more conducive product. Or even if he waited till maybe later for his collabs and stuff like that. If he just told us he needed a break mid-season, if he just needed a break mid-season because he didn't have anybody else to work on it, bro, I think we would have been fine with that. But I think the stuff he did during his breaks kind of took away from the story.
I can see that. Like with him working on the I don't know if he's helping them with it or not, but work on the animations and shit on the side. Like I
Yeah,
just
it
felt
started
like
killing
what do
the
you work
hype.
on that shit for?
It started killing the hype and the points that he chose in which to do it. I don't think were good points to pause the story
yeah,
necessarily.
Yeah, yeah.
like
That's my 2 cents. I wasn't even supposed to be speaking on this. My fault. Y'all got it.
No, you good, bro.
man, Vice Commander, shut the fuck up.
Nigga, you know how I feel about this shit. So I'm backing up. But when he said like he didn't have enough time, oh, on the contrary, that nigga had enough time. That nigga was bullshit. My fault.
No,
He
you good,
didn't
bro.
have enough focus on
One thing I
the
can say because from doing reactions to doing reviews and let me reiterate from doing reactions to doing edited content, the burnout is real, gang. I can't lie to you. That motherfucker is a motherfucker, gang. Hey, I did good not cursing this entire time, but hey, man, you know what I'm saying? It's different. But nah, burnout is real, bro. So with him experiencing multiple cases of burnout, it's understandable. So again, I agree with Vice Commander with time management thing and also the placement of those collaborations. Like Street Fighter releases approximately 4 to 5 people. If Brent would have waited to around the end of the season, if I'm not mistaken, based on the season pass for Street Fighter 6, he would have been able to do that same collaboration, but with Elena, which is an Africa-centered character. And
Mm-hmm.
that would have matched up more with the aesthetic of Ordeal. He did a phenomenal job with the collaboration. I wanted a winner. Not gonna lie to you. But as far as collaborations go, it was a fun collaboration. I can't lie. I enjoyed it. The placement of it, I felt it should have waited to the end of Ordeal season. And the only reason I say that is because collaborations are typically something the fandom would have ate up more if we didn't have Ordeal for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And so him using that period of time to separate us from Ordeal to take away from the story, rather than add at least a concept to the lore or wait for the fans to miss Ordeal enough for us to want to see
Hold
Shay
on,
more.
hold on, real quick. Now, Nexus, mute yourself. I think you echoing. All right, what was you saying?
But I was just saying that if he would have waited to after the season was over and we had some time away from Shay, I know he said one of his things was that we didn't see Shay smile a lot this season, and so he wanted to include that to the collaboration. But if we would have spent the entire season not seeing Shay smile, and then probably went 2 3 months without Ordeal, it would have made fans more prone to see why they got an update on the webtoon apps for Ordeal when the season's over, gravitated more fans to not only Street Fighter but also Ordeal as well, while not sacrificing his. and experiencing the same amount of burnout because the workload is still about the same.
Okay, that makes sense. I just hope he can get that fixed before season 4. I really hope he don't start season 4. I hope he just picks up season 3 where the fuck he was at with Kade, how you say the man name. That part I don't understand why he's even there. Maybe to explain the eye time, but other than that, I don't see why he would be there. If anything, he could probably have fought Shay, and during that fight, they can get that conversation out. And as he starts to hear him talk more, he'll maybe stop and actually want to have a conversation before picking up back to fight or something like that. Because he's been working with Val for like 20 something years. There's no real redemption from that. You watch your whole family die. You set your brother up to die. You blew his wife up. You knew that was your nephew. You still chose to run the hands on him. You feel me? So this doesn't seem like something trustworthy or something like that should even happen for real. You feel me?
Yeah,
I just don't understand why he would do it in this way.
I have two problems with it. The first is the reset where God says that he awoken the hearts of the people that Shay would need for the fight, and this happens with Kagaya. Very distasteful in my opinion. I do not like that.
I don't even like that whole situation with God. I feel like if he was going to introduce God, he could do that different way. To me, it doesn't make sense
Um,
because like he has an ability
hmm.
that makes his flames not hurt nobody he cares about, and he's looking at the main person responsible for the death of people he care about. So why would he then risk his girl life, his homie life, everybody around him just to kill him? You feel what I'm saying?
um,
Like I get that's in his character, but
it's
I just
more
don't like why he would do it.
it's not that it's not more of why he risked his life. It was more of temporary insanity. That's why he had to line up the source of his grief. Because if he seen Val, he would have been able to control himself. If he seen a Titan General or Gaki by themselves, he would have been able to control themselves. But he's seen the very thing that even Leo fought for. The very thing that was the cause to Val killing his parents. So
Mm-hmm.
everything in regards to Shade grief stems from them wanting this man, and this man is still before him. And so he kind of took that as this is going to be my only moment to be able to be him. And with grief and not actually processing anything, because we have a line with Ross, and he refers to it by to Anton with he's able to detach himself, but that detachment is eventually going to crush him. And we see that same detachment trait with Shay, and that's why he was also able to kill all those people while also apologizing for killing the people in Japan and killing the people there. Meaning he's literally staying detached to get the job done, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have any regret about it either. So I feel that in this moment, this was kind of like the only time to teach Shay because he was not listening to nobody the entirety of season.
Mm-hmm.
So the only person he was going to listen to is God. So even when I look at this chapter, he said that he had the master that tried to teach him the lesson of grace, which is God, basically. So it's a controversial chapter, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad chapter or the introduction of God is bad.
I guess now that you put it that way, I can see it. It's just I don't know. It kind of just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Now that execution, you know what I'm saying? It leaves
Yeah.
some work to be desired. I'm not gonna act like and be like, oh, it's the best thing since it's peanut butter jelly. No, gang, it leaves some room
Yo,
to
you
be.
like somebody old ass uncle, bro. All right, but that was
Hey
funny.
man,
That was funny to me. But
that's
go ahead.
crazy. That's crazy. Man, come on, man.
It's like
Goddamn back.
Uncle Fudd.
Uncle Thud is crazy. That's wild. But nah, but yeah, that's pretty much how I kind of view the situation. It's controversial. People gonna say it's good. People gonna say it's bad. It has proper setup. Um, we even have Bjorn talking about God and even seeing God in season 2. So it has set up in regards to him being there. But yeah, that execution, yeah, we needed more time with that.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
I still felt like it should have been some hopelessness before Shay decided to nuke everybody because essentially he snaked them. Even if Thanatos acknowledged that he was there, he wasn't expecting him to nuke everybody. He was expecting him to come down there and fight. So there was no rock armor technique, no barrier applied. Everybody was surprised. Nobody was focused enough to start doing rock armor. So
I mean, I would be distracted if I saw a big ass sun in the sky too. So
bingo. It's not even in the sky. It's on the mountain next to you. That's even worse.
like, nigga, who turned the lights?
Bingo. Like those reporters, like I said in my review, those reporters dead.
Dead as
Moment,
hell.
moment that he popped that bitch, they died instantly.
You got cooked.
And Dre was only alive because she had resistance to fire, but she got smacked point blank.
Mm-hmm.
It was no surviving that. Even Euron said if he didn't have his talent activated, they was gonna die because of the heat. So and that one was small compared to the one that we got in this one, a lot more powerful. So yeah, it's reasons fireproof ain't enough.
Tomas
Right.
had a gravitational pull. None of those people survived.
Bingo,
I forgot about that. You right.
and you can't dodge it per Brent, and that's a
Oh yeah,
small
they
Tomas.
was they was dead, dead.
Yeah, so it was over with, bro.
Yeah,
Definitely over with.
yeah.
So how do y'all feel about? Cause I just did 148, at least read through it. How y'all feel about Rajani?
She cool. She fine. I just feel
You
I
can't
wish
be
we
you can't be
knew a
talking
little
about
bit more. Huh?
can't be talking about my baby.
Uh, Yo, no, you single, bro. Just accept it. It's alright, bro.
Nah, bro. I can have them all, bro. Rep.
But Shay took both of them. You can't. You feel me?
Technically, you know what I'm saying? He left old girl for the streets. He threw me the
Technically,
lob.
old girl was dead.
Okay, hold on, wait a minute. I'm on 148. She not dead right now. As far as this channel is concerned, she's not dead right
Okay. All right. Go ahead with your boo, nigga. But yeah, she cool. I just wish we got a little bit more set up for her family. You feel me? I know he makes shit up as he goes along, but it would have been cool to maybe some of their records that Ross sent him to read over, or something that we seen Ross had like their family stamp of approval, like the what's that shit called? The sigil or something on the paper or the document.
Yeah,
Or we can have the people that was telling, or even when we get those flashbacks of Leo, we can have somebody be a narrator that looks like a Johnny. You feel me?
yeah.
Like little shit like that. Other than that, it was cool.
I say the only thing in totality that I don't like about Rajani is that she took Shay's arm. Other than that,
Fredo,
I'm I'm neutral about that for real because this shit was gonna get took eventually, and with how shit been going with, I know you so sure my bad. But things have been going with Brent, it's just like I didn't have too many expectations for it. Originally, I thought the child Gaki was gonna take his arm, or his sister may have tried to take his arm to prevent, or somebody he loved took his arm to prevent him from doing something crazy. But it is what it is.
Cosmic Chicken should have took his line.
I'm with Kyle. If it was gonna be anybody this season and he had to get his arm took and he wasn't gonna fight Thanatos, it should have been Cosmic Chicken.
With that.
Jose should have took
Cosmic
his arm.
Chicken is crazy,
Bro, we
bro.
know.
I'm not gonna lie. To this day,
Bro, man,
Archetype is one of the funniest things you said, bro. I'm
bro
sorry, I
went.
had to bring that up. That's just hilarious.
That man went from a hawk to chicken hawk, gang. Come on now, bro. I said this was his Digivolution, gang. No,
He was a tough ass. He was a tough chicken though. You can't lie.
no. When he was in his hawk form, fire. Moment he became chicken hawk, I said, what the fuck is this? How did you do significantly worse? Why?
You feel me?
Significantly worse,
My man's had to digivolve a little bit, and he be looking weird sometimes. He
bro.
had to do what he had to do.
I don't know for sure, but I feel like that fight would have showed that their cockiness has ramifications. Like, yeah, he tried
Like
to.
when he was tied up in the constellation, he should cut his arm off. Then is that what you saying?
It could have been. I wouldn't care how he did it, but as long as it would have had some type of lesson or philosophy behind it, it's just like him showing, trying to show Rajani grace, but the talent being the one to protect the arm, and her not really having too much significance. Because even when we see her before, she just says, "Yeah, I did this for my own family reasons." Simple as that. But they went from recording the history to her trying to manipulate history. So it's like, can you really trust the documents of the Shiti family if they got people like her running it, basically?
Fair. Well, I guess to play devil's advocate a little bit, the talent taking the arm. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I was trying to play double advocate, but that shit don't make no sense.
Man, Gonzalez should have took that arm, bro. I'm all for Cosmic Chicken. So
Cosmic
that was
chicken is
my
crazy.
favorite fight of the season.
Oh yeah, for sure. If he wasn't gonna fight Thanatos, bro, I believe that the difference of philosophy is weak. It's still typical of the ballroom scenes in season two for Shea versus Jose.
Mm.
But at least Jose was a Gaki in in
Yeah,
in in title. Not
Yeah.
in essence. That nigga was a fraud. But in title, at least he was a Gaki.
he
Yeah.
was way stronger than I expected as I continued to read the fight. Every time I went to a new section of the fight, I'm like, there's no way this nigga's this strong. There's no way. I didn't expect him to be that strong, especially since it was the first big fight back.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, I keep thinking about Purgatory. To me, Cosmic Chicken, he was alright. The fights and stuff like that was cool. I just like his origin story more than I did the actual fight itself
What
because
origin
it
story?
led to why he even joined him in the first place.
He killed his
That I
son.
think I like that more than the actual fight. Hmm?
That he killed his son with his own ability. That's his origin story.
Yeah, yeah, I kind of like that more than the actual fight itself. I'm not gonna lie,
Well, you
because
like one line of dialogue.
older fight, yeah, I might have to reread it, but the
You
fight
might
was it was cool.
you gotta repeat that one. I tell you, that building mover chapter, motherfucker.
Might have to.
Man, Cosmic Chicken is one of one game. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He
That fight was raw. Yeah. My
oh,
second favorite fight was
uh,
Ball, but Cosmic
Until
Chicken.
they took the nigga the intergalactic Popeyes, nigga. Yeah,
let me see. Twice this.
it was Leif, Cosmic Chicken, Rajani,
Goof
Vial,
ass.
and Lewis. And then Perkatabi and uh, Azam and Yukiko. I think that was it. That's only like 5 fights or so.
Yeah, it was Cosmic Chicken, Ball and Luis, Kiko and Zom, and then Kofi, Goof ass.
Oh yeah, Kofi that nigga.
Oh man, that fight so
You said what?
Man,
that
take
fight
Cosmic
so
ass.
underwhelming.
That goofy ass
The
shit. Come
best thing
on,
about
bro.
that fight, bro, was the environment. It was the
Yeah,
environment, bro. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. I feel like what Brent could have done to make that better was give him like more unique attacks, or at least different ways to use Rebuke. Maybe he can shoot that shit through his head or through his mouth, or he can alter the environment more. Just if he expanded what his powers could do so that he would have to evolve each time, then it would have been cool. Kind similar to how Sukuna fought Maharaga. They just kept adapting to each other like that. It would have been cool.
but my thing with that fight is this. When he did do another move, he's like, oh, that costs too much chi. I'm going to stop doing that. What the fuck is this shit, gang? Get this shit out
Hey,
of there.
hey, bro, 7 days, bro. Seven,
Like 7 minutes, nigga.
man, they really think this man beat it, Sabino, man. Say I can last 7 days. He lasted 7 days, bro. He could last 7 days, bro. No, he can't, bro.
Like
No,
That's
he can't.
gang.
He couldn't even do a new
he
move.
said,
Get
"Nigga,
that
I'm tired. I'm tired, boss."
Bro, this
literally got
this nigga
Yeah,
started the boss fight off with buffs, and then got
man.
buffs from the boss
to be
Okunos
fair, like
out there and did an attack that you could see coming off the planet casually,
in the
wasn't
desert.
tired, and was like, yeah, it ain't
bro,
gonna
he's
work.
slowly getting
He
old.
don't die
That shit
like
is
that.
crazy.
But did y'all peep how casually he did that move though?
What move?
The move with the horse, the water horses
Our,
that came
our
off
own
the
spear,
planet.
Yeah,
He
I
wasn't
bro,
gassed at all.
I'm gonna
nowhere
be
near
real.
a
I feel
body
like
of
I be
water.
playing with nigga Vatic a little too much. Like he ain't that bad. My nigga, he alright. He ain't that bad.
I'm not gonna lie to you, gang. That think about it like this: this man created moisture to the atmosphere in a place with basically 0 to 10% moisture, bro.
And the shit came off the planet, and he wasn't
Near,
gassed. He was literally fine after doing it.
near, and heated, irradiated
Think about it this
area.
way. Ain't nobody else eating that shot.
No,
No, that move changed my whole opinion of Oakland because I'm like, you're at a disadvantage because it's super dry where you're at, and the area's already been superheated by Kofi, and you were still able to get this much water to where it comes off of the planet, and you casually did it with no sign of fatigue.
it was
Whereas when
higher.
cut the moon, Shay down there died cutting the moon. So it just
Yeah, I
show
thought he
you.
created that shit from his cheese to begin with.
Ilios went to sleep. He said, "Yeah, gang, I'm not gonna be able to do shit after this game." So, that's the spark spot. Be in.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to nap after all this liquor.
Yeah, it show you that it's levels. Vodic showed us that it's levels to this shit. It's
Yeah,
levels to this.
So
I think out of all the cameo we've seen this season, my least favorite would have to be Kevin, because for everything he's done with this season, he could have just stayed out of it. Like really, there was no point in bringing him in this season.
Well, Kevin was a fucking drunk. They he get control of his alcohol addiction before he's brought back into the story. What the fuck?
He used the function fucking up everything. But I get why he
Oh,
mad. But like, come on, bro.
like
For all that,
control yourself, bro. The fuck are you doing? And then you did nothing. You didn't even fight him or nothing. You just left the planet again. Like, bro, what were you here for? Like, go. He
he's not,
before I was like this, before Kevin comes back in the story, I want him in one of those. I want him to go to rehab first.
and when niggas needed him most, he was gone.
bro. Got
Yeah,
fired, bro. He's the first god tier to get fired, bro. Niggas
real
quit.
shit.
He got fired, bro, for coming on a job drunk and leaving.
He said,
Just
"I'm sick of
as
this shit. I
drunk.
ain't
He
coming
said,
back.
you know
Fuck
what,
you
G?
niggas.
I said, y'all tell me, G. Bro,
Look at you, nigga. You drunk."
this is the exact reason we didn't tell you, gang. Yeah, I get it. But still, it's not fair. What you're a grown ass 50, 60, 70 something year old man.
No, I think a nigga in his 80s or something.
Even bro, sit your grown ass down.
Like a drink his alka seltzer.
God, why you do this? Kevin. No! I'm leaving! We
Niggas
never
every day, B.
we never told you to move light speed across the planet to have this
This
outburst
is the
game.
thing I hate about Kevin though. He always like when he's indirectly spoken about, he's always doing something crazy, raw as hell. Like, oh, he's holding the black hole together. Like, but he, somebody else said that. But when he's directly spoken about, he doing drunk ass shit. Get your ass off the
No,
planet.
he's the fraud, bro. He's
No,
the
think about it, that's
fraud
back
of
when
the
he was
season.
sober. That's when he was on his shit.
He's
Yo,
the
bro, he took the Jack Daniels and start acting a fool. I
Kevin
can't
is the
stand
biggest
Talk
fraud of the
about who
season.
we up. You said what?
Kevin is the biggest fraud of the season.
man for sure.
Mm.
If there's a fraud watch, it's definitely him. Because
People
he went from ripping black holes apart or holding them together to just crying, literally just crying and flying away. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
wait. Hold on, wait.
Body through his mouth.
I may have to retract. Because Kevin was
Who's a
about to
big
kill a human and a chemio. if he would have took one more step. So I'm gonna retract. Ian is the biggest fraud of this season.
You said who? Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna say Ian's the biggest fraud.
Ian is the
Ian's not the
biggest
biggest
fraud.
fraud. No,
What did he do?
Brent didn't know what to do with him, so he just said, "Fuck off, go that way." He had he
What did he
gave
do?
what the fuck is his name Kevin more importance in the season than he did him. He just got his powers. This old head been had his shit.
Wait.
So Ian, he could have done something for real, but when he was being used,
Hmm?
Shay killed everybody.
Think about it like
If
this.
fucking what's that nigga name? Kevin. If he
Hmm?
was there, that might have been look a little different. He might have still been drunk, still been crying. But at least he would have did something.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
We had more expectations for Kevin.
If Kevin was there, that sound was not getting off. Not gonna lie to you.
No, he probably supposed to flick that bitch back in his car.
But Ian, we need you. You are our weapon, Ian. This man did not have his talent restricted. So he can still talk to McDale or whatever McDale. So yeah, he doesn't have the aptitude,
McDale.
but they freed him for the purpose of being a weapon. He pulled up to one event. Andrea did the attack, and we know he got that huge spear. So Andrea did the attack. He seen Shay make the sun, looked up, and said the same thing Vatic said, minus the one attack Vatic did. You know what? I think I'm gonna die. I said, bro, what are you talking about, bro? He's the biggest fraud. Kevin, he was about to kill somebody. His chi started affecting the environment. You feel me? He had something during his crash out. You feel me? Ian
He
pulled
got
up in a Naruto cloak,
He
no
did.
arms
Kevin had
shown,
some. Kevin had
glowy
some
feet,
validity.
and got cooked.
I do. I am very curious about what would happen if Kevin mastered Katagator like he did, like Leo mastered Ilio. I would be very interested in what that would look like.
Probably something similar to Havoc, but I don't think his that talent is meant to be mastered. If I'm wrong, like the guy couldn't even master his own power, and I think it was referred to again in the story. I'm not sure when though,
Yeah,
because I think it was more like I think it's translated to something like the Tempest or something like that.
yeah, you
I
can't
don't think it
control the
was meant
storm. Huh?
to be mastered.
Yeah,
I think it's
more
one
of
of
a
those you
storm.
just kind of point and shoot type things.
Bingo. You can direct the storm, but you can't control the storm. It's a storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that aspect. I would love to see that though, because I feel like he would be power incarnate at that point. Like he would be super strong at that point if he could master that, like how Ilios got mastered. But since you say that, do you think Thanatos is the same way? Like it can't be mastered because your hunger for souls is only gonna grow.
No, I think this souls is only just a fuel for him. I think the reason why Thanatos might not be massive because I think he's too overconfident. And when he's too overconfident, he doesn't really think about anything else he can do because he thinks he knows everything. You feel me? So even though he's been alive all this time, he may not know the full extent what he can do because he probably put himself in this bubble. We know he can raise people from the dead. We know he can create force fields and laser beams. That's pretty much it. Then he can absorb souls. That's everything we know for real, about the talent. But I know there's way more things it can do. You feel me? If it's the talent of death, it might be able to heal people. It might be able to break people down on a cellular level. It might be able to do so many more things, right? And that also
Yeah,
brings up another question I may have. I think because if you look at him when he was younger versus when he's older now, I'm talking about Mahalalel. I think that's how you say his name. I
Mahalil.
think yeah, that nigga. I think he may have been the first Sentinel because when he's a kid, you can clearly see his eyes. You know he has hair. It's not all fire for real. But as he gets older and masters his talent more, he's out of all of them, he resembles more of what his power is. If that makes sense. When Cat's activating his power, his eyes glow. But then when he's not using it, he goes back to like a regular dude for real. Versus Cat, his power. I mean, not Cat. The fire nigga. I keep forgetting his name. He kind of looks like his power is always on, and it's the point where it's kind of one and the same. Like there's no point in turning it off at that point. If that if that makes sense.
I feel what you're saying. To me personally, I've always thought that the Thanatos, the soul, is the fuel, but I've always been under the guys that it corrupts him the more he did. Like it's like a gluttony thing. Like he can't stop taking souls. That's why he want to kill like all the humans and absorb all their souls. That's how I look at it. Like I feel like it's a greed thing, especially since he based it a lot around God and Jesus and stuff like that. So I think the seven deadly sins might come into play, and greed and or gluttony might be associated with the Thanatos soul absorption part of it. That's just my own theory, though.
But
I
that makes
don't
sense of why it
disagree.
was forbade from the absorb human souls that he only had him specifically had to sunbathe.
Yeah,
Granted, his
I don't
talent did
disagree with
grow
your theory.
from the fruit.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your theory. I think it's more, if anything, he'll probably be the son of envy. Because, like Nara said, he could survive for sunlight. He would grow old and die, but he would still survive. The only reason why he wanted the souls was to get stronger and to feel more important and like he was equal to or better than his brothers.
Younger
And
brother.
is even shown now. Like his arrogance is what really defines him.
I don't disagree with that. I definitely see that being a component of it. But I think it's just like something about absorbing a soul into yourself just sounds like it will be like a drug addiction. Like he just can't stop doing it, and he feels stronger after doing it. So it becomes like a thing, like cigarettes. It's like he can't stop smoking them. He can't stop absorbing them. That's how I look at it. Like,
I can see that. Yeah.
So
Yeah, since he has like I think like he has the highest ceiling, and I think he has like the lowest floor too, if I'm not wrong.
yeah, because he does have the highest ceiling. Because it's stated that it takes all three of them combined to try to put him down. So he does have the highest ceiling, but probably the lowest floor because his power, base wise, it has a recharge time. It works like
Mm.
balls, actually. How ball needs to get a certain amount of blood to be at full strength. He needs to get a certain amount of souls to be able to pull off certain shit. So
Yeah,
it does have a very low floor, but a super high ceiling.
that makes sense. Yeah, I just hope that when the series does come to an end, I think it probably come to an end when Vaal is being killed. Not Vaal, Thanatos is about to die. I just hope when that does happen, I just hope when it does happen, it's not fumbled. You feel me? Like I want him to die how he lived for real. Um,
I
yeah, I want him to stay petty even in death. Cause him bowing to God kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. Like you doing all this reckless things on Earth, but when you see when you see the, it's like as a kid and your parents tell you don't slam my door, but you still cuss them out as you slowly close that door. You feel me? So it's like if you gonna be big back and bold, might as well do it in front of them. You feel me?
they don't have free will.
The angels.
Like in regards in the presence of God, yeah, they don't have free will. They bow in His grace.
Oh, so he did that off rip. Got you.
Yeah, He has no control over that. That's why He was pissed off
Yeah,
that
it's
He didn't
just
kill Shay because He
that's why
showed
Shay
His
didn't.
weakness.
That's why Shay and Abel didn't bow because humans don't have to do that if they don't want to.
Yeah,
Got you.
free will is a
Got
gift. And you may have to
you.
watch that double review again, King.
Got you.
Yeah, you
Promotion,
got to
I'm gonna
promotion.
maybe sit in the
reread
cut
that
a little
again
bit. My
because
got you.
if you peep the panel, Shay and Abel are the only two standing up, and
Yeah, but
that's
are
a
the other
big,
two
big
angels with God bowing too or no?
yeah, that's a big indication that he's playing on the free will point because, like I said, all Mahalel, all of them had to bow because they can't not bow. With humans, God says you have the choice to bow or not, and then
Okay.
that's what they exercise in that moment.
I didn't peep that. I thought Mahala when the other two angels bowed out of respect, and then Thanatos bowed because he was a bitch. That's why I thought.
That's crazy. Why, why,
That's
why is there
yeah.
so dignified? This man is scum. What?
Yeah, like nigga, you supposed to be a villain, nigga. What you about? What you on your knees for?
Yeah, that's why his clothes dirty.
Yeah,
That nigga
that's
said,
why
I
his
can't
clothes
go
dirty.
for
On
bow.
his knees, nigga.
Because one thing
He said,
I
my
felt we should have got was Abel on the situation.
I would have loved that.
I don't think
Abel
he really
didn't
said
say
nothing.
shit. This nigga met God and just looked at the nigga. Like, really?
I think I think it's more in his character to not say nothing because he don't give a fuck. Like his whole thing is, I'm going to kill all of them. I don't care what happens. I don't care who. He says, I'm going to kill myself because I'm one of them. That's hate. So him meeting God, that wouldn't really shake him up. Like, all right, cool. You feel me?
He could have said a line, something that chapter, or at least
If
when
anything,
Thanatos
I think he
is
would probably like look God up and down and say, "Can I go?" That's how I see him interacting.
but even with that, we needed to get another conversation with Abel and Thanatos.
Mm.
When at least best place to put it, I guess, since we don't really see him that much after that, is when he's walking towards Val.
Maybe
Look,
like
look,
having a conversation in his head, like he got voices keep running in his mind or something like that. Like, what was that? What happened? Things like that. Is
yeah,
that what you mean?
working the same way that Ilios worked at Shaq or Shaq.
Okay.
We see the
Okay.
specific bubble, so we know it's Ilios talking rather. But
Okay.
with Thanatos, his bubbles is blue and black all the time, so that means we would have seen a regular white bubble symbolized.
Gotcha. Something that kind of confuses me a little bit when it comes to Abel and Thanatos. What makes somebody a direct descendant? Is it the child of the original of the vessel before them, or is it just someone within that bloodline and it's random? How would they even know that Abel was a descendant? They would have to find him way before he went to Trinidad to even know that. Like, what makes someone a direct descendant?
Merch that ordeal got ancestry.com on there.
Okay, again.
Nigga,
I wouldn't
nigga,
really have any
nigga,
saying.
nigga.
I'm gonna just take Brent word for what it
1799 to
is.
know who your granddaddy is.
Of course, I'm just gonna take Brent word for one. That's one of those things where it's like it's kind of inconsequential. Take his word.
Yeah, because I don't really see a way that he can explain that and it fits the. I'm gonna say fits the story that, but that words. No, I'm sorry, sound like you. That makes sense within the story. Yeah, I don't really see a way he can do that.
I can tell you, just not gonna like the response.
But
Incest. Happy?
Oh,
ugh.
shit ton of ancestry for sure. For
Ugh.
sure.
I mean, ugh.
Bingo.
But then that brings a question: like, who would touch Vernon Duel and keep that baby?
Our hungry people. Seen what Rajani was trying to. Think that stopped? Think that started in modern times? Of course not.
I mean, the Hasbergs, them is a family. I'm gonna say that.
I don't know. No, Brent said they can't have kids, but the Hart clan exists. Clearly, gonna take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
That's a
I,
point.
I
That's a good point.
definitely
Wouldn't
think
that
it's
mean that
incest.
Shay is fucking infertile if that was true? Since he has a body of Thanatos,
Under that
Mm.
nigga gonna have no kids, so he gonna die. I'm under
you're
that
right.
impression.
He gonna die before you get a chance.
Kids, no kids, don't matter when you're dead.
That's true too. I
He
don't know,
adopted
man.
the green haired shorty
I
though.
mean, incest ain't new because look at the Hugo, look at the Uchiha, but
Look at the
it's
Yeah,
heart.
just
them niggas is
definitely,
definitely inbred.
definitely incest and ordeal for Thanatos to have descendants. If you're being real,
You got it. The Hart clan. I was in love with my cousin Sabito. You married that outsider. I said, gang, y'all just want to fuck y'all cousins, but y'all got it, Hart clan. That's
Whoa,
why.
whoa, whoa! Hold on.
Yeah,
I didn't want to think about that, but you making me think about that. Them niggas was really cousins. Hold on.
yes. She was in love with her
Ugh.
cousin.
That's probably why they hair white, nigga. Oh my goodness. Because at first I thought they were just fucking everything moving to get their numbers up so they wouldn't have to do all that.
At,
Ugh.
at the same point, gang, you all are related. Bloodline mixed so
I know.
well that at certain generations, um, even if
That's
it's to a
true.
minor,
That's true. I just want my
But
tree
I'm
to be
not
a
here
tree
to
and not a
discuss
totem pole. You
niggas'
feel me?
reproductive states. Not gonna lie
You
to
right.
you. I was just letting you know. But you said you wanted an answer. I just told you biologically. Like
I was hoping for some Jesus magic. It's cool.
I've been cool with that too. Anyway, so,
Ew. All right. Ew.
amen. Hey, that's the perfect
I'm
note to
good.
end
I'm
it.
good.
I
I
think that's
appreciate
the
it, bro.
perfect note to end it. Because I've been going, I don't know how long I've been going for. Let me check. We've been going for a long time. 5.5 hours. Oh, yeah. Not gonna cap with you. We ended this.
Got you.